Alright, hi. Wait, one sec. Alright, and here we are. Yeah. I don't usually stream Mondays, but here we are. Since, yeah, the investigation for like, for this case took like, what, 6 hours or so? Yeah, 6 hours almost last stream, so yeah. At least now we can just jump right into the court case. I'm really, because I didn't want to like leave it hanging, I guess. I wanted to like, because yeah, I didn't want to leave it hanging. I mean, to be fair, it was a decent point to leave it hanging at, but I really want to just like get this case done while things are like really fresh still. And since, yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, because like there's not like a big cliffhanger. Well, there was like with Shizato and Shomes, but like for the overall case, like we're at the point where it's like we don't know everything going on yet, and like obviously we know Gina's innocent, of course. Just we don't know the full details, and obviously we know that it's gonna link back to the McGilded case in case 3. Yeah, case 3. Yeah, let's get right to it. No, so Suzato's like, what? She's gone back to Japan on boat, or she's been sent back because her father is sick. When I woke up, so let's get to it. When I woke the following morning, Sato's son was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I will remember for the rest of my days. I imagine, yeah, this is going to be longer than the actual investigation, maybe. Or the same length, because I was, like, stalling a bit during the investigation. 17th April, 9:32 AM. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, wearing a fancy dress. Cesarto, or whatever you say it. I don't know. Mrs. Otto had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Think about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Mrs. Otto and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Oh, okay, it's Iris. How you feeling, Ginny? You managed to sleep? Okay, we brought Wagahai with us. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy, here we just show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What arm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What'd you say, Runo, Ginny? Oh, well, I'd rather get the bad news out the way first. Yeah, I'd do that first, honestly. I personally do the bad news first. Nah, always say the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope Susie made her train to Dover, and her train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Oh, okay, nah. Cesato's gonna come around at some point. Her ferry trip will be delayed by a day or something. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? We couldn't give a monkeys, really. What only on the good news cancelled out the bad? Yeah, no, Chisato's gonna show up then. Chisato's gonna show up. He's gonna show up. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. One broker perishes in pick-purse plunder. See? How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want then. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will show everyone this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yeah, I hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. I'd be late, but thankfully Elizabeth 2 caused some rain over here, so I'm as close to the beginning of the stream as ever. Ha. Hey there, welcome. Yeah, we just started. We just pretty much like we just started really. You didn't miss much. It's just like Iris and Wakahaya here as well, and what's it called? She's just giving us the weather report and the newspaper headline. So like Susato is probably gonna come up again because like her carriage is probably delayed. She's still around town, so it's like, yo, I'm here. Final bit to help you, Naruhodo. At the very end, when his spirits are crushed, maybe we'll see. How's the employee break room? Ha. Ha. I just don't tend to stream Mondays, but it's fine today. I really want to get this done. I just don't like streaming Mondays. Lexi was still here. Today's paper has been added into the court record. Alright, let's see what this one's for then. Let's see if we have anything in the paper. Pawnbroker perishes. Anything else? Maybe there's some hidden thing. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris suddenly has her finger on the pulse of world news. About secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would someone be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I come up with three possible methods. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. I wonder. And this is what Lord Strongham was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Not making fun of you. May your living conditions improve soon. Cheers. Cheers. Nah, it's so good, it's so good, it's so good. Cheers. It can explain why he... yeah. Alright, about government secrets being linked to foreign agencies. Alright, so that seems to be the big conspiracy thing going, the big incident happening. It'll probably link to this case somehow, but I think Strongheart might be involved, probably. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. Okay, you're gonna be our assistant then. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comfort as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come round yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. Sure, Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Okay, no, he's faking sleeping then. He was awake to like talk to Susato, so we'll see. No Susato's son and no Mr. Sholmes. So down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial's about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time, then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. Alright, cool. Yeah, so Sholmes is awake. We know that from what we saw last time, so he's planning something. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from the start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure a victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that I'll believe her. Right. 17th April, 10 AM. The Old Bailey courtroom. Okay, we have... Wait, in the name of... Wait, some of them look familiar, yeah. Some of the jury looks familiar. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial to determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Zada's gonna break through the wall and Chum's gonna flick his fingers and deduce the answer in one more great deduction. Honestly, yeah. I can imagine. I really want to see Sholmes in court for a great deduction scene. I hope we get Sholmes to show up in court for a scene at some point. I feel like it's a missed opportunity if he doesn't show up in court, but we'll see. But yeah, I feel like Cesato's gonna come over at like a last minute to help us or something. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat suddenly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware of that led to this erratic behaviour? Is it because it's linked to the McGilded case, so that's why he's back again? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Okay, so he was always dealing with the big guys. Today he chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little bit befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of people I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who he defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I know what a monster he was, I would never have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Ah, alright, cool. You have some deep-seated thing going on. Was he betrayed by some Nipponese, Japanese person? I guess. In the past. Yeah, so obviously that, and then... Yeah. He has some history, He probably has some history. What? Did he really just say that? Okay, that's why he wanted to prosecute the other guy, Natsume. He means you now, Runo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? Or does he just mean that he doesn't like us? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Is that directed solely at me? We're talking about all Japanese people. Yeah, he's got some issues. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the Justiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Right, let's see who it is. Oh. Okay, the actual one. Huh. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendants? Former 10 of the British Empire here. Don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Okay, yeah, you're showing up again after like 2 months ago. You again from the third case. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. Okay, you're some... Okay, cool, we got a stereoscope enthusiast, or, like, science guy. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible, but... Could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric futures await. Stop. And then you are... you're the guy who was escaping his country. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Yeah, that's not the least bit sus, but sure. Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm very sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Yeah, we've got all of them except for... Rasputin. Ha. Yeah, him though, at least. Really? Funny coincidences like that happen time to time, don't they? But it's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Yeah, there's something weird going on. Like, the maid, like, is probably as, like... We don't know who exactly she serves, but... The only one we haven't seen is the stereoscope guy. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. It's not really. Well, then again, the gun was shot, that's the problem. The victim, Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone shorter in height than himself. Okay, the issue is... Okay, yeah. If it's rising... It's hard to shoot through the window then. If it's rising upwards, then yeah. It's hard to shoot that through the window. Then... I don't think it works height-wise then. Even that we have to like... We go into that and then we get told, no, that's not how it works. We'll see. Someone at the accused, you say. Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Autopsy report added to the court record and the photograph. I now ask the court to turn its attention to the plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. A proprietor was found in a storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, the door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there are only 2 persons present. I guess we get Sholmes' photographs later on. Maybe he wakes up or comes around and gives it to us as last minute evidence. We'll see. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands and... What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's dirty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Nice. Hey there, welcome. We just started, so we just got the autopsy report stuff now. My learned Nisbanese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecutor has barely begun presenting its case. Wow, we haven't even got to the beat of it, huh? Convenient, this appalling act of murder did not go through unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. Yeah, we need those. We need those cameras. Yeah, we need the camera thing from Sholmes. But Sholmes is like, he was talking to. My throat's just dry today. Sholmes was talking to Susato, but then like, so far it seems that he's still asleep. Like, apparently hasn't woken up, which is obviously a lie somehow from him. But we'll see how he shows up. And Susato might show up as well because they are mentioning, oh, there's weather delays happening. So it means that she might be delayed with her carriage. So I think Susato might show up. We'll see. At once, my lord. The crime scene floor plan has been added to the court record. Windybank's revolver has been entered into the court record. Signs of a discharge. This isn't good. Alright, let's check the gun while we're here. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Windybank always used to keep the gun on hand in his shop counter. Yeah, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawn articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Or was he trying to keep the articles safe? Oh wait, there's a bullet hole. There's a bullet hole from when Sholmes got shot. So maybe it could be this gun that shot that bullet. But yeah, the issue is that it's already out of bullets, this gun, so it doesn't really save Gina in that sense. Yeah, maybe not, because it had to go really fast if the thugs tossed the gun in, Gina caught in her hand and then got knocked out. I'm not sure this was self-defense. I mean, I think true. Yeah, so Gina's hand when oh yeah, true. Yeah, it's too fast for it to go. Honestly, if that was the case, yeah. And yeah, he'll use it to shoot himself. To be honest, through his brains. But yeah, nothing of note on the gun itself to see. The door was already locked. Yeah, because Naruhodo can't get in. It had to be broken in as well. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Alright, phase 2 already. Let's begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on the 16th of the year. Alright, cool. He's already in phase 2. Alright, you guys aren't sus. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nashkokin. Occupation is baddie, professional baddie. Name is Ringo Skokin. Occupation's same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the Three Scovin brothers. He's not with you guys. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me even if you lot. God blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going for? Fruit. It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, the very spill of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash. He is. The very spill of him. So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Big Bruv Soki. Come on, leave it out, you two. I know you got robbed in broad daylight in the first case, but we beat you fair and square in the second case. Yeah. Pretty much. Second case, like, yeah, we pretty much beat him well and good. Soki Skokin? That's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Soki Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord. My name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord. On suspicion of theft. One sec, I need to blow my nose. Thieves are they, beast free? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with these lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. In the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence? Indeed, my lord. You are attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery. They witnessed its proprietor's murder. Witnessed it? I doubt it. Unless they saw through a window. These guys are too simple to be the... Well, then again, our very first witness for the last case was... Well, to be fair, they didn't do it either. But, like, he was involved, Rolly. But these guys seem too comical to, like, have done it. They don't look serious enough. They look too basic. They're not really basic, still more too comedic. Still doubted it. All I saw was a black screen. Ha, true. True. Our memory went blank pretty much, yeah. The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I'll permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before a court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Cause a Skulkin's never Skulkin. Jeez. Get out of it. Alright, what's up with your testimony? Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaffer's door was ajar, see. It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, God blimey lummy, we had a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Okay, they took nothing, but there's a missing box. There's a missing box. I don't know if we should press that right away, but there's a missing box that we know about. This one. This box. That one's missing, apparently. Well, more like we don't know which box it means, because it just says box. But that's the only thing we can go with that. We don't really... There's nothing to contradict here. Yeah, nothing to contradict here, really. And what about... I guess we can press it now. What's it called? We can press them and say, okay, so what were you doing when we came in? And who shot Sholmes, then? I guess is our angle here. Instead of pressing anything right now. Just like how Gregson has infinite fish and chips, he has infinite glass and wine. Pretty much. Pretty much. At this precise moment, these miscreants entered the property, and even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course, if you please. Counsel? Yes. The biggest mystery in this game is how Zeke's manifested out of thin air. He probably keeps them under the bench. There's a whole stock ready to just chug. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. I know that's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I just had to expose the testimony for the pack of lies it is. Yeah, to be fair, yeah, he's just pissed. Like, yeah, sure. But who shot Sholmes then? Tell us. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gaff store was open to see. It was ajar. It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in it was. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. Gate of Babylon. Ha! Honestly, maybe. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. Okay, we never done nothing. Then who shot Sholmes? Who shot Sholmes? You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam's soon as, weren't it? The back room. Ha! Ha! It was, Nash. It was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes at me lucky Lucy Lockets. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nicely and quietly, you say. That's right, governor. Nothing we ate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, me lovely Lucy Lockets. Do you clearly like us to believe? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night? Did you not run into anyone else? Yeah, we're literally here. We're literally here. We were literally there. You can't... So, they got nothing to stand on. The British language. Pretty much. There's like a lot of like... The slang here is pretty good. If I never heard Lucy Lockets before. It's like really old slang. My throat's dry. It's fine. It's fine. And do you not fire a gun at that person? Boomer slang. Pretty much. Saints alive. They fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, governor. You ain't telling us. It was you in the doorway. It was. Yeah, you tried. Wait a bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. We shot the great Sholmes? I didn't hear that actually. There's a rumor he'd been rushed to hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of discovering the crime scene. A suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Hold on, I need to cough a bit. I just got something stuck in my throat. It's fine. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of shot having been fired from it. Oh, that's a long barrel. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Notice a powder on the muzzle, as you say, counsel. Yeah, I'm okay, okay. It's just something from lunch, just stuck in my throat. Overcompensation, pretty much. The court will hold the weapon as evidence. Yeah, that barrel is pretty long, huh? The Skulkin brothers got it added to court record. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Alright, let me check this gun. Anything in the barrel? So, but ammunition is still loaded in five of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through the Windy Bank's door. I'll make these brothers pay. Yeah, it doesn't help then. There's only six bullets were inside. One is shot, so that means it's not the gun used for murder. It just shot Sholmes. it just shot Sholmes, so not really helping our case here. All right, it's like a revolver flintlock hybrid. Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Oh yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecutor demands evidence that was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Is this a revolver? Yeah, true. I mean, what the handle? The handle is like, you know, like the old style guns.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence. Alright, do we have the... Did we not take in the blood sample? Yeah, the blood sample. Because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windy Banks that night. Yes, Susato, Sholmes, and us, and Naruhodo was there. But Sholmes is obviously out of commission, and Susato is going to Japan. The report of the monster claims are in front of clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in a pawnbroker's shop that night? Yeah, it's the blood sample.
Take that!
I doubt she left, honestly, because he mentioned heavy weather, that's delaying carriages and whatnot. So I imagine she's still around, because the game makes a point to talk about the heavy weather going on today. So it's like, yeah, nah, Susato's not gone yet. The evidence is in his portfolio. What enough have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do a job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. You got some deep-rooted history, don't you? Well, anyway, we analysed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in his portfolio. And you claim to have evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm on the scene? Yeah, this one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes don't deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The issue is that this doesn't help the case itself. Like, by all means they shot someone, but it doesn't really give any, like, through line, I think. Unless we see something else develop. The date being 16th April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But the incident that separates the shot has been fired sometime after the calendar has been set to 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes there's credible evidence that the witness did fire a round from that gun in the pawnbroker's last night. Nah. Maybe this is to question their story. Yeah, pretty much. Get them to say more stuff, pretty much. To see if they have anything to slip up on. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside in disgust at the repugnance he exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. His theme starts playing. We've had a deal. You weren't gonna get him into details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost only expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now, but I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. In that fact you refer, Lord Van Zeeks, is the gun, yeah. As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Ah! In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. So that's it. Secret handshake, huh? That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's why I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let's not forget, attempted murder. Quiet catalogue, eh, fellas? Ah. We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let's take a moment to consider the mentioned great detective, Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronised the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed... Oh, this is where we come in. Now of the cameras. He installed a pair of machines, like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? Its appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break in the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photo taken device on the night in question. 8 PM, 8:30 PM, 9 PM. Wait, no, said 9:30 PM. The court will observe copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Are we gonna do that stereoscopic thing with these photos? We'll see. Rather prodigal, I feel. Truly as PDC's last case, just the first case. Ha! Get every evidence you can, pretty much. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. Oh no, are we gonna see Gina going into the storeroom? If I may refer to the court, to the plan in the premises, the respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if an anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. Yeah, that's the flaw in the design. On the night in question, the witnesses apparently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of friar talk, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before the brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Oh wait, Sholmes mentioned that Gina was gone for 1 hour already. He mentioned that he noticed she was gone for an hour. And then he decided, yeah, wake up Naruhodo, let's go to the pawnbroker now. So they were awake. She was there for an hour already, I think. At least an hour, so midnight. Or just after midnight she went there. Let's see what we expect to see within the shop. Let's examine the evidence. Well, that doesn't help. Good lord. It's a defendant. Miss Jean Lestrade. Well, that doesn't help us. Took Sholmes an entire hour. I think it's more like he's like, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, I guess. Or he has some big plan. Oops. I pressed the controller. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. That's not good. Quite. Well, it's his gun, though. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Let's take a look at it. Holmes is quick to act, unless even prematurely. Maybe he's intentionally waiting then. I don't know, we don't see her face though. Like, it's covered by her hat. So... It's covered by her hat? That's a bit too optimistic. Maybe. It's covered by her hat though. Dog. That's you. But yeah, we'll see. I don't believe it, Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank. Okay, I was wondering if Iris shows up over there, but okay, she's there. I didn't see her first time. I think Naruhodo covers her up when he's standing up normally. I say, my lord. Oh, hi. Wonder if I might pull a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bloody bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know? Oh, okay, so yeah, we must be early 1900s, early 1900s, yeah, early 1900s or just before it then. Decorated for it, OVAT, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal could never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Before World War One, yeah. If the game had World War One, that's in the timeline, even had that happen. Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading a small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll go down together, you mark my words. One for all for one. Jeez, all the jury is always in a rush to get done with it, huh? The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? 6 men, gender neutral, well, gender neutral men, rather. He's saying it in a gender neutral term. Is that what we are trying to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? 6? There is 6. There's 6 jurors. Yeah, there's 6. Yeah, there's 6. He's just saying it in a gender neutral way, because soldier man. In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Why is he the leader? Oh, because I think it's a jury thing. Because like every time the one who's in this position is always the foreman. They always get referred to as the foreman, so they're number 1. So they're always the leader. They're technically the leader, to some extent. Status the report for court men on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Are you the same guy as last time? Or are you just the same model? I thought all the jury had to be equal. That's the... I mean, that's the thing, like... I mean, I think it's more like the foreman always... I think regular types will always take charge. Like, I think it's just like the ones who are always there will always be the ones who take charge. Like, we had the banker guy last time, and the other time was the guy that was, like, in a rush, like, let's go, let's get this over with, and stuff. So, I think they're the ones that just, like, take the lead, really. But are you the same guy from last case? I mean, it's the same model, but I can't tell. Your hearing seems fine this time. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. Alright, so she's doing whatever it's called, this thing, instead of doing typewriter. And then this guy's just sus. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. He's Santa Claus, yeah. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning on the matter. Announce your considerable verdict to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Alright, okay, I was wondering if we ever had a summation not so early in the case, but it seems to be like, that's just how it is. There's gonna be a summation examination in every early case then, huh? Early on. Well, so far in this game, I don't know about the sequel. We'll get to the sequel soon as well. Here we go again, yep. But, photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How? Unsurprising. Well, you're used to us now. Get used to it. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Yeah, it seems to be like a foreman kind of role in this case. Yeah. Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Cool, let's hear it. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket teen. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. Is it slang? I think it's just like, what's it called? It's just like, I don't know, it's like shakaroonies. I can't describe it. It's just like making a word even longer. I think Gary just wants to avenge his wife. Honestly, maybe they might have some bias because like last time he had the banker guy and he mentioned like that how we're just annoying sometimes in court or something like that. But like at the same time, it's like they never act like oh, I've seen you again, hi again. They were never like explicit about being like, oh, hi again, I met you before, sort of thing. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. Maybe. Let's see. Maybe we do need to look at stereo. Because we were learning about stereoscopic last time, so I feel like there's some trick going on with this. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Left what in there? Also, I'm still confused if it's the same guy. He looks the same, but his code is different, and his occupation is different. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do implicate. You never learn this. True. It's just that, I guess to be fair, yeah, he had to be in the green coat for the whole red herring to occur in the last case. But his hearing seems fine now. Like, last time he was like, oh, I can't hear shit jokes. And now it's like, I lost something jokes. So, I can't tell if it's the same person or not. Or it's the same model. Then again, this game never reused, like, Ace Attorney in general never does that thing anyway. So it probably is the same person. They always make their characters look unique. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which this victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by the witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from the chap we've seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the body trigger. Yeah, it doesn't help that her hand is on the trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, are these cameras supposed to help, not hinder? I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Windbag, which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, Counsel. Proceed with summation examination. Okay, we have to see. I think they're all being really vague with their statements, so we have to press all of them. I think there's nothing to like. Let me see, because I think all these statements are really vague. Like, this means nothing. Eyesores promptly eliminated. That's nothing. We might be able to like force something out with you. We don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, you're just like some transmitter person. And then never judged by clothes, judged by head. Maybe with your case, like we can get the angle that we can't see Gina's face, maybe. But like a lot of these are nothing statements, so we can't pit anything right now. All of these are nothing statements. I think let's go with the stereoscopic guy first. Although I want to talk to you again. Let's talk.
Hold it!
Nice to meet you again. You're Mr. Natsumi landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting. We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, better turn up for the books. Okay, yeah, because I think maybe they do mention like seeing each other again, but I never pressed the banker guy. What's his name again? Bruce something. Last time, so I never saw that dialogue. Yeah, sort of a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events. Bruce Fairplay, that's it, yeah. Bruce Fairplay. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. Oops. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after the business. Lord just moved out, and I couldn't get Bolly's soul to take up tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that old chap's clapped up. Huh? Clapped up? Yes, can't be denied. You did rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course, there can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Oh, maid. Maid, right. Alright, let's press you.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again? A maid's work is never done. No blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to the market for his lordship, I departed through East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. That's nice of you. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all the backslums would be made spick and span or eradicated. Jeez. Unless we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploit by reading Rant's magazine in my between my duties. Yeah. He does wonders cleaning up London's streets. In my opinion, declared an honorary maid of the capital. Ha! Mr. Sholmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Quick, got a scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Juror number 2 is a fan of Dungeon Munchies, huh? I see. I wanna play at some point. At some point. We'll see. Amount of detail. It was the two brothers in the stand. It's on sale, yeah. Only 10% though. Only 10%. So it's like it's no biggie if I don't get it now. I might wait to see if there's any bigger sale down the line. But it's only 10%, so it's like it's barely a difference. So either it's like, screw it, I'll get whatever, or just wait for a bigger sale. We'll see. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Ooh, okay, cool. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Okay. Not really something we can do with you yet, but we got something more helpful. Alright, stereoscope man. Let's see, come on. Let's do a demonstration. What do you mean look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, looks as though the pickpocket got about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But that's no indication the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is if you look at the same print in stereo, it could review all sorts of information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh, how'd you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two imprints merged into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspective we could only dream of before. It's the newest invention, the greatest invention the world has ever seen. The end of your sight. To be honest, do we even use that technology now? In like TVs or anything? I don't recall if it's used anywhere now. If only you could. I mean, maybe. Nah, I don't know. If only you could give me a newspaper on this case, I might agree with you. Very rare. Alright, the stereoscope print does nothing for us. If I left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions now.
Hold it!
What do you mean by left it? To some degree, but not often, yeah. What have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that. Ah, sorry. You can probably tell I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me. Are you Sholmes' surgeon? Did you work on Sholmes? Of course, people conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors. Oh no. Really? Huh. That's a strange thing in the past, then. I thought they would have been. I thought doctors are surgeons. Well, I am a surgeon. That meme. But, yeah. That's surprising. I thought they would have been... To be fair, I guess they're different, to be fair. But, Even for me and my kind at the forefront of medical science, the real brains are in the field. So what is it you think you've left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I have really left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. It's like, did you leave the house? Did you leave the front door open when you leave the house? And it's like, of course not, but you keep worrying. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way to put it. The other is manslaughter. Is that any of my concern? Seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up somewhat sewn up elsewhere. Gee, handy, helpful. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as you can see, you can be as sure as you can be without being sure. Yeah, words. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Alright, you're not helpful. Mine made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop.
Hold it!
Alright. Anything to add? Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Oh! Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. As in, maybe Susato will get a message from her dad. Maybe we can contact with Susato's dad by telegram. Maybe it turns out he's fine. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electric signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Damn, right? In like, this is funny. This is hard. This is weird to imagine that. Like, yeah, there are like cables running in the underwater. Like, damn. I guess. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. This makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're a well-informed young lady. Ah, but cable will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Trying to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people saying things like the stereoscope or the higher technology will utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. We're just silly toys. Alright, come on. Maybe you're gonna get pissed off. Let's see you.
Excuse me.
Let's see you do something for us. Journal number 3. Switch it up when you're obviously fuming, but what? Do you perhaps have something to say about journal number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think it just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. Fair. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. Okay, we're gonna see a use for it this trial. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runo, any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Sure. It's the one print we have. How about this print here? It's a bit of a trick, I think. Objectioning each other. Pretty much. Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this to any suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like to see you demonstrate. I'd like it to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Wait, what? Huh? One more print? I mean, we have the cat prints. But I don't think they'll help us. I don't think the cat... Wait a minute. Is the cat print compare with the cat? Wait a minute. Is the cat print was at the crime scene? Do you mean... Let me save the game. There's a cat print, but I don't see how. It's two different pictures. Stereoscope, just in case I lose a life. Or just so we don't have to go through the argument with the telegram lady. Coward. Ha. I mean, the same print. Wait, sorry. What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? A stereoscope works. Runo, what? You need 2 photographs of for a stereoscope, remember? Yeah, the cat one. You know, one for left eye, one for right. Sure, but like, why would you look at cat pictures? Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue's in the name. Just stereoscope, not a monoscope. You need 2 prints. Thanks for a friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. He seems a nice guy. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? I mean, all we need is another shot from a slightly different location. Okay. We can't do it yet. It's just a way to like... Oh, we do! Yeah, from the... Right. With the other... Yeah, the other camera. This one. Yeah, we do.
Hold it!
Can it really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. How about this print here? I mean, from a different location. Okay. We can't do that yet, then. We can't do that yet. 1 sec as well. Alright, yeah, so... we need the other picture. We need to get the other picture from... So I think probably pressing the other guy. Let's do...
Take that!
Tickets, I guess. I was wrong. I can't actually think of anything we could use at all. What? Really? Oh dear, I need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometime. What's that supposed to mean? Okay, cool, we don't lose a life here. Let it in there. Made up stock. Cool. I mean, I guess maybe you will help us now. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, just by head.
Hold it!
Okay, yeah. Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary. we straight up just confront him right away. That are you Bolshevik? Duh. I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. There's no picture of your appearance because of the rat. Ha, it's the rat, huh? Is it more mouse or rat? Don't mouse have big ears and rats have small ears? I think it is. To be treated like criminal, vicious criminal over time. It's very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers. They were the rat den. Duh. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong. Alright, well first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. They shot though, yeah. Okay, cool. So the maid statement with Bolsheviks. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? I mean, you wouldn't get a tourist to be like a juror. I know jury duty exists, but you wouldn't get a tourist to like be a juror for a day. It's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. He just is. Well, there is something fishy going on though, at least. If I can't change the minds of more than half the jurors, you still need to be citizen, yeah. The trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these... By the way, explaining pun, Bolshevik is hogweed in Russian, obviously Bolshevik. Ah, I see. Yeah, I was thinking of like, it sounded like some other word like Bolshevik that I heard about. I see. I see. I see. I must be ready to go whatever links I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Alright, first one we have is obviously the maid and Bolsheviks. The brothers come on the earth versus Bolshevik.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory? Contradict. Juror number 6, you got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is the word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English, I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing. But truth is, they shot detective. Duh. That is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lies said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said, we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid it won't be possible. Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Not even the rat. Huh, sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the pictures Ginny and the print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print shows the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop. Is this one? Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Can we ask for another print at 1 AM? Maybe. Let's see. We will probably get another print, yeah. And then we give it to Stereo Man. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop, and somebody had heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of the events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. Oh, yeah, this camera. This is taken after Hurley was shot then. The candle. As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. This does seem to be a case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. No, there is something weird. So, brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. Not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it very important to continue trial. Thank you. You don't seem to be a bad person, at least. You don't seem to be a bad person. Yay. Well done, Runo. Badge is shifting. Well, it's a star, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I do that, you might turn the situation in our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Alright, post-shooting has been entered. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Yeah. Yeah, we can now. Is this like the scales? I feel like the books moved slightly. Have the books moved slightly? Or am I imagining that? No. Wait. Yeah, the books move slightly. I'm not imagining it. The books are moved. The books are slightly to the right. And this candle's broken. Yeah, it's slightly different. Alright. Stereo man, help us. In Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty. Alright, then let's talk to Stereo man. I can't change the minds of more than half the 6. The trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Ready to go whatever links I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Alright, Stereo man, help us. Alright, show us the power of stereoscopes. Alright.
Take that!
Alright then, show number 3. And then the other one. I need you to demonstrate. Ability 2. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were taking the same camera in the Windy Bank on a 9 question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic prints work? Do you know the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, you notice a shift, as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh. Ooh. Of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl's discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at the pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Oh yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if I can cross my eyes. I can make the quill pens from the picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? Not really. Oh, yes? Yes? No? Not really. I saw some. I know there's a difference, but I can't do cross-eyed that well. Yeah. What's going on with these two pictures? Okay, yeah, I know I saw that. I saw those are different. The sort of things on the things that's on the counter sort of jump out at you. Okay, we didn't do cross-eyed with Van Zeek's. He has the machine with him. Yes, see, that's it. You see, that's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why did the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out like that? I can't. I wish I could do it myself, but I can't do the cross-eyed thing. At least on my screen. I think you'll find if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, yes, slight movement, slight difference. If you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all, this shows that actually there may have been slight shift in positions. Yes, there must have been. So he did take something. Now hold fire there, sir. I've got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then, 30 minutes later, the second one was taken. The position of some items on the counter appeared to be shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter. Zookers! Someone tampered. New information. Stop. Not mentioning testimonies so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go around this in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see why he should be aiming at in this information examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. Almost imperceptible shift in encounters. It's, these guys.
Take that!
It was the witnesses covering the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets meaning pockets. But is this another lie? I mean, they did shoot, so they had their hands out their pockets already, but yeah, they did something. Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's pretty possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winniebank to open the storeroom door. Okay, cool. We're calling Van Zeek's learned friend now as well. we're fighting back. In other words, Miss Lestrange's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have admitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madame. No, better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Is it the box? It's the box, isn't it? It's the box. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you will condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, wouldn't it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by 2 thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more of that shady pair. Okay, yeah, it's nice that we're actually also, like... It's nice that we're also doing, like... In, like, the other games, like, the witnesses always get, like, character... Not witnesses, sorry. The defendant gets, like, character assassinated. So it's nice that we are also, like... Well, not really character assassinated, but, like... They do get, like, that bias put against them. So it's nice that we're also capable of doing that, I feel. That's pretty cool. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes are not playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. And now that's number 3. And one more person. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase off this trial. Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street. Stop. Happy shopping. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their declarations via the mighty scales of justice. Renosuke is much more better with the seat and manipulation than Phoenix and Apollo. Yeah, because like Phoenix is really straight and narrow, while Apollo is still learning. Well, to be fair, Renosuke is learning as well, but... I'm sorry, Apollo is still learning. Yeah, Renosuke is still learning as well. Well, I remember Apollo Justice more. But like that whole game was pretty like the theme of that game was pretty much like sticking to like being true and stuff because of like the whole forged evidence aspect. But yeah, Renosuke is a lot more tricky in that regard. He will attack, like it was like with Last Case as well. I think it was Last Case. He was also going after he was also going for that angle as well, and then Van Zieks called him out. I forgot who it was with again, but yeah. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favour. 2 lean to guilt, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order the trial to continue. Yay, well done! Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it'll come in useful. Twice in one trial will be unusual, surely, but alright. A stereoscope has been added to the court record. Okay, cool, so now we can use it anytime. Lord Van Zieks, you will instruct the witnesses in the court that the court demands more testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven Gina is innocent. Also, this case is like, it's doing like a good job of like showing like Ryonosuke's like growth. Like, he doesn't have Susato to help him this time. He's mostly like on his own wits this time as well. Alright, part 1 of the trial done. And we're not even in the heat of things yet. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Iris gets covered up by Ryonosuke if he's not, like, bent over. I mean, not bent over, if he's not clutching his head. Order, please. Let's resume recording proceedings. Witnesses, you now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. Skulkin. Core, blimey. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Wendy Banks. Well, it was bedlam as soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out my Lucy lockets. However, but I was a lie. You brothers. Core, blimey. On the 9th question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure it out? Alright, come on. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened in the 19th question, and this time, you'll tell the truth. Each line that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, will ya? We'll blab, we'll speak, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Alright. Illegal entry, the whole truth. We have the... I think the box one is gonna be... I think now we reveal the box one, I guess. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. When we heard the gunshot, BC, made us both jump and that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it in Scarpered, straight into him in the black. We could have shot the pawnbroker, see. We never had a chance, did we? So where do we press here? I don't see it. Yeah. So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Windybag's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. He's just pissed. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't even make us sound more cutthroat. It can't just be a coincidence these men showed up at Windybags that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Okay, I think like he'll have to like do a movement thing at some point, I feel. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
Hold it!
Alright, what were you rifling for? If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. We admitted to something like that. You would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We only lined ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. Well, we tied the place up. He's just pissed. Sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot, see. Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying.
Hold it!
So, what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, my dead granny would have woken up by the bang. At that bang. Big brother scared like a blooming baby and fell over the counter. He knocked over a lot of books, a candlestick and some skull whatnot. The skull, yeah. I got tangled in some marionette. We knocked over a picture frame. We knocked them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. Whoa, racket. Me granny would have been scared into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse and then all of a sudden, blam. What's up, Inspector? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I don't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the details. How about you just tell us what's going on in your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave them told a different story to what they're saying now. Yeah, not smart, are you? Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very hardest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun. Give me that gun." The victim. The victim said, "Give me that gun." Wait, let me press it because...
Hold it!
Why that gun, not my gun? I mean, So in fact you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yeah or no. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. Okay, that's wrong. Wrong way round. He's got shot in the back. Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. Okay, amend that statement. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that the victim, Mr. Windybag. On me granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. Are you brothers? Or are you just saying you're brothers, but you're not brothers? So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybag and the sound of his voice? So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nah. We didn't know that, geezer. I was supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy club is giving us the evil eye. If you value your lives, you'll ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. Summarize then. Immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot. Zeke's thank you. Yeah, he can't deal with these clowns anymore. He's actually helping us this time. Just to like get him to like, speak the truth already. That's the thing, like, that's the funny thing as well, like, with the prosecutors, like, with like, early Edgeworth, and, obviously Von Karma, and the like, they always, like, influence the witnesses before the trial, to get them to hide information, or, what's it called? Hide information, or they try to, like, weave their statements in a specific way, but, like, Van Zeek's is like really straight to the point. He's not part of that like collusion life, pretty much. Of course, you need to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget, we tied up after like a good little boy. The good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, the bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. The bloke who owned the place... Yelling at the girl? Wait, what?
Hold it!
What? You're saying Mr. Winnieback had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was a sigh, eh? Them two waving guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before we shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Now the British language. Yeah, for me, I get what they're saying, but I wonder, like, for anyone who's not used to it, how they would, like, parse their text. To be fair, it's like, a lot of the slang is context-based. So, you're confused. Fair. Like, obviously that Lucy Lockett thing, I don't know it myself. Like, even with context, you don't get that he's saying it's in his pockets. I didn't get that. But otherwise, it's just like a way of speaking, I guess. Didn't really sound like he meant it mine. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winningback's known to keep a revolver in his shop with counter at all times. We'll say that to protect the articles in his keeping. He already put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Yeah, everyone knows he just killed himself. Good grief. Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger on the other night. Only the victim he was gonna chew and beat him to it. Cook this goose proper. Okay, that's the issue. They don't have two guns. There is no two guns because the guy has his own gun. So where did Gina have the gun that she's holding? But he wished he'd squeeze the triggers of wasting time shouting. Give me that gun. And it was directly. Wait, what? Hold on. Squeeze the trigger. So that means he was holding a gun. That's weird then. That makes no sense. And it was directly after those words you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting, very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone in the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done the slapper-dash job tidying the place up. Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
I think I know where the angle is, but let's press just in case. So didn't you try to open the dorm door then? Not on your life. Oops. It went deathly quiet after that I did. Put the wind right up me. Well, anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was. From the inside. Right, we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view from inside the storeroom. It's like a future show where I just get the wrong scripts. Yeah, it's like... the gun thing is weird. Because we know for a fact that Winnieback has his own gun. So, why would he lose his gun? He must have lost his gun then. We'll see. Unless there was some way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or spy hole perhaps. Don't ring no bells. Don't like no bells. Wait, what's... read it. But to believe it was from the inside. No way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? They said it was like there was two guns. Yeah, it makes no sense then. And also now they're saying stuff like, how could we see inside? But there is a window. Yeah, aside from theirs, yeah. There's 3 guns then. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We were still cutting teeth in the game, see. But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there unconscious, with a gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov. That's right. Good enough, even if you wanted to. Okay. You see, just use feet. Yeah, 2 feet. I mean, to be fair, feet is like like even like we have the metric system. Is it imperial or metric? This one's metric again. Metric system is oh yeah, that's metric system based on decimalized, yeah. And then imperial system is like length. No, imperial is like, yes, inches, feet. Yeah, imperial. I mean, yeah, to be fair, like even though we use the imperial system, metric system, we sometimes switch the feet, switch to metric sometimes randomly for like really specific things, like say distance from like, let's say like for example like yeah, how far someone is, or like sometimes we also use like imperial for some, like for height. Like people say like, oh, 5'11", 5'10", 6 foot, etc. But like even though we use metric normally, just that stuff like height, for example, tends to be said based on that, especially for stuff like sports. Like you always say like someone's like 5 foot, 6 foot, not like 180 centimeters or whatever. We stuck everything back where we found it in Scarpa, straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker seat. We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
Double check that. Why should we believe that? What? Well, it's true, innit? What about Yard? Yard is like... I don't use Yard myself. I don't know. It's more like it's like really occasionally. Like informally, people might say yards. In a formal setting, I don't think people use yards. But like informally, if like you're talking to someone, then yeah, people will use what's it called? People will use yards sometimes. It really depends. I think it depends how old you are, I guess. The place was totally empty when he went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had the gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybag. Correct. You got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Windybag. Is that really true, I wonder? I think a lot of the Imperial system survives in proverbs and things like whole 9 yards. Yeah. 6 feet under, whole 9 yards. Yeah. Outside of like America, yeah. This is mostly like proverbs and sayings. As the folks tell the testimony. What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. They always use meats because it's more convenient. Yeah. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movements of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in, and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling like you described. You concluded that there's something suspicious about his testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Alright, we did knock a few things over. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice saying, "Give me that gun." The bloke on the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Wait, wait a minute. So do we present Gina holding the gun, or the fact that the gun belonging to him? The bloke who owned the place the bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired the gun instead of yelling at her. You're saying he was holding the gun, but then Gina's holding the gun. Let's try this. It's either the gun itself or the bloke, yeah. I'm guessing. Let's do Gina's picture then.
Objection.
There we go. That worked. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winnybag, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Okay, I was more concerned whether the gun was the evidence because we know ourselves that he owns only one gun, or that because Gina's holding the gun. That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Because sometimes the game is like linear on what evidence you pick, and sometimes it's really like either way is fine. He has, Nash. He has no questions, and yet the photographic evidence from I guess photographic evidence is much more, how to say, secure. Time the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winnybag was not in possession of the firearm and have any description. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromise the position of the accused even more? In the first case, oh yeah, there was an extra gun, yeah, in that one. Turned out it was her gun and not the gun that Naruhodo picked up. Let's see if it turns out there is an extra gun. There's a third gun involved. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash. Too right. The old geezer could have possibly been able to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. Now, I'm afraid that won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue the cross-examination, counsel, and hear my earlier warning witnesses. A Skoken's never a Skoken. What? The bloke on the place... So it doesn't... Okay, that's a cool thing at least. We're not wrong, but... So we have to just... Let me see. Van Zeeks, what are you talking about? Let me double check. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromise our position further? The defense has established that a photographic print was taken a short time prior to the death. What? So they're just going on the assumption that he got the gun back from her, and then she was holding it again. So the gun just switched hands. Okay, let's double check this statement then. We didn't press this one. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit acey there. We weren't, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking a Khalif when you lot showed up. You were shaking a Khalif, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to coppers or something, so we clapped the derbies on us like winking. After you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Now, hey there, welcome. Hey there. Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it done it, eh? Maybe we could have shot the broker. We never had a chance, did we? Maybe we pressed that statement then, the new one. Folks, then look very fierce. Fine, yeah. Are these Wario and Luigi? Yeah, one tall guy, one short guy. Yeah, it's these two that were inside the store when we burst in. Like, so far we've just established that... we got pictures of the incident. Like, yeah, we have Gina holding a gun, which doesn't help our case. And we do see with this one that the two of them moved the books and stuff. Moved the stuff around a bit. But yeah, so far nothing conclusive yet. And we just helped establish that, yeah, they shot Sholmes. Basically, yeah. Alright, what am I seeing? Alright, let me save here. Just to be sure. I think I need to press that statement then. I need to press that statement. Someone holding a gun just like Edgeworth. Ha. Ha. Nothing. Went rafting for nothing. We did a voice yelling out, give me that gun. Let me press this. I think, did we do that already? So in fact you heard a voice. We did gov, we did. Well, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard that kind of wavering. Oh yeah, we heard that already. Yeah, we heard that already. Yeah, from the storeroom. Yeah, we heard this one already. Of course it was. Of course it was. That would mean you both knew in the sound of his voice. You don't get shot, give me that gun. Ha. Right, chapter 2, classical music. How it works. Yeah, like Claire de Lune in V3-1. I see. What? Any ideas? Nah, we don't know the geezer. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, okay. We pressed that new one then, didn't we? Let me double check. We pressed this one. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so we should have just fired. Let me double check this. You're saying he had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? The two of them waving guns at each other. Okay, I think we have to present the gun itself this time. Yeah, okay, when this is about him blowing his brains out. Moonlight Sonata. Ah, that song. Okay, yeah. It's just... we really went through this one. Did you lose a lifeline? Not yet, no. We didn't lose, but we weren't able to present the gun because the photographic print didn't work because they're saying that oh yeah, La Luna. Yeah, La Luna. But yeah, I didn't lose a life yet, but because I presented the photo, but they were like, yeah, they might have just switched hands with the gun anyway. Okay, the thing is obvious here, but how could that be? Because a voice saying, "Give me that gun." All right, maybe we present. Let's see, the gun itself. Or maybe how could they hear it? No. How could they either how could they hear it? Either it's like either the weird thing is how could they hear it if they weren't anywhere near the storeroom? Maybe it's a wavering voice. Let me see if the gun works.
Objection.
No. Yeah, sure. That's wrong. Something odd here indeed. You behavior council. Oh, haha. Please, don't mind me. That was easier if you load your hand. Maybe so much easier. Gina had just told us what happened. Yeah, we don't know exactly what happened either. Like, you have a backwards clock, and it's a backer abno. Yeah. So it's nice that we do see backer ones still somewhat involved. So it'll be nice if we get like melting love involved again. Somehow. Even just aberration or not. So you should just fire the guns of yelling at the girl. I think... because they're mentioning wavering voice, but how'd you hear it if you weren't anywhere near the door? Maybe you shouldn't. I don't know what the angle to attack here is. Because obviously we tried once with the picture and it's like, yeah, no. We can't do that because it could have just... the chronology is weird. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Just give me the gun. We had a voice shout. Yeah, now give me that gun. Bloke will own the place was. Oh, how do you wait? Okay, maybe you have to present. How do you know he's holding a gun if you can't see shit? So maybe, yeah, if you can't see the inside, then, yeah. Maybe the floor plan.
Objection.
No. No, that's not the angle then. That's not the angle. Get a voice yelling out. How do you... Coward. It's just like... Oh well. I didn't watch it, I don't play, but like, I saw some friends excited for some of the stuff in there, yeah. I saw some friends excited about some of the new characters, yeah. Maybe because he was shot from the back?
Objection.
That's why, because they're doing the poses as if... Yeah, okay, that worked out then. Because they're acting as if he got shot from the front. Play mostly for the story. I see, yeah. Yeah, so I got some friends who are excited for the new characters showing up. You're saying... But on the night in question, it was cool but can't ruin since leakers already for the characters there a while ago. I see. I mean, I guess it's hard to avoid, to be fair. Yeah, it's hard to avoid. Started to play Genshin like 10 days ago. I have complicated feelings. Some parts are... Some are fun. I don't play it myself since it's too much to like... I don't know. It's because it's gacha, but also like dailies, weeklies. I can do Star Rail because it's turn-based, but I don't feel like playing an action game with that kind of thing going on. Plus, also like, well, you have to like walk around the place or like a lot to get like the materials to uncap your characters and whatnot. This Quavy on anything to do. Trying to avoid, but they literally tricked me because they got. I see. Training on Twitter. I see. And on the 9 question, the victim, Mr. Winnie Bank was holding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. You're supposed to form an unhealthy attachment and suffer. Yeah, and the gacha system where you need like constellation levels. Yeah, I don't mind one game with it, Star Rail pretty much, but I don't want to play 2 games with that system, with a system like that. Like I have a friend like who's not too big on like because they're not a fan of like when you get a character, but then it's like you can't use them at their full potential because of the gacha system, and it just feels bad for them, which I do get, and that's with Star Rail alone. And apparently it matters a lot more in Genshin as well. He has Nash, he has no question. Waiting for 1.2. I see. That's gonna be announced soon, right? We need that time. Also, yeah, I'm not streaming Limbus this week. Then they delayed Mirror's Dungeon 2 to next week, 13th. Yeah, next week. So no, I'm not doing Limbus this week. Then I'll do it next week. Then if it's not delayed again. Then again, when is it gonna be the event gonna happen? We'll see. He has Nash. He has no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows... Oh, yeah, no. That Mr. Winningbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Oh, right, the issue is that he's holding something. I see. Called Immortality End. Looks like a main story update. Yeah, probably. Hopefully we get the next main story update for the game. Yeah, that'd be good. Because we're just left hanging for a whole season. Especially when we get characters acting like it's already finished. Is Rasputin still in jury? Yeah. He's still there. He's not leaving. The Bolshevik's not leaving yet. You what? Gordon Bennett. That ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winningbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. He wants to leave the country and has a pet rat with him. Well, more like he left Russia, but he has a mouse with him. Yeah, He's like a revolutionary of sorts, but we don't know exactly what his deal is. We don't know yet. Yeah, that mold tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are. Right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so correctly described in your testimony, it would give rise to the undeniable, insignificant inconsistency in the final moment you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency in the victim's portrayal of the final moments? Well, obviously it's the... Let me check the autopsy. Bullet wound from the back, yeah.
Take that!
According to their testimony, reject clown, become learned. There is a certain man in London long ago that was big and tall, his beard a living mouse. Most looked at him with confusion and with fear, but surprisingly he was such a lovely dear. Is that the Rasputin song? According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we're led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, ah. But, is the God's honest truth? It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winnybag holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all heard the admission by these two witnesses. But on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Or using the British accent. It's a good character voice, I feel. Like, these guys are like really informal, so they go really hard on it. It's not like Van Zeeks or the judge is talking hard accent as well. I like it myself, so I'm biased there. I can't complain. Surprised they're still on the testimony stand, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest, they are our only witnesses so far. Like, while we're still on the case of Gina, they're pretty much our only witnesses. Maybe we'll get like some big conspiracy later on, but so far, right now, it's really simple. It's peak, pretty much. Peak, innit? But on that night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim holding a gun. Which could only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, yeah. Come on, out with it. Order. Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your testimony with renewed lies? Like, Van Zeeks is just pissed off. He's just pissed off now. He wants the truth. He wants the truth from them. Even if he does win the case, he will not be satisfied. If it's like that. Am I to understand you replaced the untruths of your old original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we, cut it out, Nash. Cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us. Okay, third party involved. Reminds you a lot of other games, Danganronpa, Persona, Somnium Files, other stuff too. So it's like a good mix of like different stuff. Hopefully it comes to PC once again. You know, he called us a clown. He hates clowns. He? Who are you talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But all we have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it now is apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which the meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware of this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Witness testimony. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just go inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Damn, okay, fine. It was a lot more wild then. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Okay, so Gino was there earlier. Maybe. And then, I don't know. They seem... Windy Bag is good, Chad. He does... So he's much stronger than he looks then, yeah. So you're now telling us the moment before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But be honest, Gardner, this time, Nash, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. One time mentioned how a person got killed during conflict in some village, and something to do with a dam. Oh, I see, yeah, Higurashi reference. That's cool. Alright, so we just go inside the gaff and heave a sigh of relief when we saw a geezer. We go inside the gaff and heave a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Yeah, so they entered when he came out the room.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim in prior to the shop, Mr. Windybank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. We never thought that no one was going to come out that back room like that. The back room being a pawnbrokery storeroom? Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place we could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when the brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must be in the very time was at the point as well. That doesn't make sense, does it? Ginny had a friend Windybank in the storeroom at gunpoint. Then why would he have emerged in the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at the time? What? That Motular? Couldn't tell you. No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed. When he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Windybag shouted those words at your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But that truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windybag wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy. A great ugly barrel he had, pointing straight at me frontispiece. What you're just saying is, you definitely saw Windybag with a gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean... although, it seems weird though, because every time Windybag... He never points the gun at someone. He always does like... I mean, to be fair, he did point a gun once at Benedict, but then he put a gun to himself again. It seems out of character. Is Vanzi's just adjustment, or is he actually a fair guy? I think he's slightly more prosecutor because of his biases, but he does also have a fairness side to him. If we do open up the path, he won't be like overly annoyed. It feels like he does have some honor to him. It feels like, but he also will try to get a case done early to get it, because he has two reasons, two cases he do. The ones who are like the super rich, like top dogs, and like the top brass pretty much, and then anything involving the Japanese. So to do with us, or maybe at least if the defendant is Japanese. So we'll see. In the case of like McGilded, yeah, he's a rich guy and stuff, while case 4 was that Natsume is Japanese. And I guess in this case he came back, there's no link to McGilded yet, but he came back probably because we were defending Gina. So he's like, nah, I'm taking this case, I can't let Naruhodo do stuff. Average non-villainous Ace Attorney prosecutor, kind of, yeah. He's nowhere near Von Karma, like early Edgeworth and Von Karma level, really. He's not like that level, it feels like, but more antagonistic compared to like, let's say, Black Quill, I guess. Yeah, more antagonistic than like Black Quill, but not as villainous as Von Karma. Like, far from that. The only time I saw Zeke lose his composure was when he realized that, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Like, that really got him pissed. Like, that's when he was like in a losing battle, pretty much. Rule of Wallachia, I see. Wallachia? That sounds familiar from somewhere. When old geese, the block was strong as an ox. He took me over the counter.
Hold it!
So that's when the things moved. Yes, I know you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books and a candlestick and some skull whatnot. Zeke's studio was robbed in broad daylight, pretty much. Oh, he's not Von Karma, early Von Karma. Oh, I forgot what Von Karma's first name was. I know Francisca, obviously his daughter, but I forgot his name. Manfred, I think it was Manfred, something like that, something imposing. That's it, Manfred. That's it. He knocked over, yeah, skull and whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked them scales on the floor? So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Brother went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. And the old geezer pinned him. Huh? Okay. He didn't, Nash, he did. If he hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. And a timing question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. Then there's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene in the back onto the streets, they ran straight into arriving police, didn't they? Ah. Poor Winnie Bank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. Okay. I guess he can. If it's thieves, probably. If he does, like, mess up with a customer, he will shoot himself. like he keeps saying. But, like, if it's thieves, then yeah, he will go aggressive. I put my gun on him, then he legged it through the door into the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winnybag? Nah, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me, bruv, weren't I? He was being flanked, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, The man fled into the storeroom when you point your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shot me away, then ran through that front door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Windybag ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Windybag's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom. In which case, how did the gun end up in Windybag's hands again? She gave it back then. I have no idea, but that is strange, ain't it? No inconsistency could be significant. I should make a note to know of it. Look, the point is, me and Bravier. That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and Bravier. Yeah, with Thieves, he is the weapon. Pretty much. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov. Nothing. No geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was, from the inside. We know it was, because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. Guns have durability, muscles don't. I'd say muscles have durability. Over like a couple years. They just get worse. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Mr. Gene Lestrade. It would appear so. I mean, yeah. But even then, like, when you get old, your muscles will lose durability no matter what you try. Unfortunately. It indeed appears so. What say you to that, Counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gino who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybag? There could have been. Of course there was. Mr. Skokin. What? Chlorophyll. Do you mean sunlight? I mean, by all means, sunlight is good, but it's not going to keep you invincible. We're not flowers. Natural degrade of the cells, yeah. As much as chlorophyll is nice. Or should we... Look, chlorophyll... Which was that again? We need to debate that. Ha. Somebody signs say thinks it's not using IPA for very crocodile pronunciation. It's not using... What's IPA again? Oh, the International Phonetic Alphabet, huh? Oh, I see that one for phonetics. That thing. I didn't realize that's what it was called. Like I'm used to seeing it in like pronunciation guides, but I didn't realize that was the name for it. I see. Yeah. What's that look for? From the moment you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of the trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must ask is who could have shot Mr. Windybag? In its belief of the defense, the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in a storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord, twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runo? I'm not entirely sure, but there's only one thing I'm sure about. Unless it was a small guy. It was a small person that shot Windybag. Because the height works. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Here, right in front of the door.
Take that!
The defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Here, on the other side of the door.
Take that!
It's more like Mr. Natsume. I mean, he's not around anymore. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Oh, he knows where we're going with this. Mr. Winnybag died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of the blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Winnybag ran away through that door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Or the window. We have the window, but I guess we have the window for later. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that the brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. I mean, how'd he lock the door? The window. Like, maybe you can lock the door from the inside. Like, open the window and then lock it from the inside out. Outside in, rather. Just put your arm across and then lock the door. His report states, did we find the key actually? Yeah, did we find the key for the storeroom? Not yet, did we? When did he end up in... When him ended up inside, he was running through. As in, like, the door was open and then he got shot as he was going through the door while the door was still open. And then the thieves might have grabbed the key from him afterwards and then locked the door. Because the door, I guess the door doesn't lock unless you, like, bolt it, maybe. But it feels too simple. I feel there's a lot more to this case. There's a lot more to this. There has to be. A force in motion stays in motion. If he was on the ground when he shot him, it means the victim was likely shot by someone shorter in height than himself. One more gun if that's the case. Yeah, that's the issue then, because shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. But that means Winnybag dropped his gun then. Winnybag, like, if Narhuddle's theory is right, Winnybag dropped his gun and then he got shot with his own gun. Then they planted the gun in Gina's hand. We'll see. Of course. How could we have been leaning forward? He would have been leaning forward as running away. Even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone short of a Winnybag.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend cannot have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough? His corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone who else could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present a hypothesis to the court. In the scenario that described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from the outside storeroom. In this case, who shot and locked the door from the inside. I mean, it's the window. My theory is the window. Unless we're meant to go with Gina. Because my theory is that he opened the window and locked it. There's a window for the door.
Take that!
Obviously, that when it's Gina, then all right, fine. It wants us to go down the Gina route for this. Like my theory is that you should be able to like get your arm around the door. Just a minute, just a moment, Reno. What's that? I'm just about to point dramatically at the prosecution and unveil an amazing revelation. Sorry, but just before you do, maybe you should take a deep breath and think things through one more time. The storeroom was locked from the inside, so whoever locked it must have been inside too, don't you think? I mean the window, like, could your arm reach around to the lock from the outside window? Ah, like Mr. Winniebank, you mean? Oh yes, except that he was dead. But there's someone else it could have been. Only one other person, really. Oh, one other. You're out of time, I'm afraid. For which you must be penalized, whatever. Fine, just go with Gina. Is it time limit? Alright, fine. I don't agree with the theory, but this is the line we have to go through.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You suggesting the accused deliberately entered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such action really served to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Ah, yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. Now, of course, Ginny would have locked the door. This almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door. Oh, right, because... Right, you have two guys outside that killed the guy. Potentially. I mean... But why is she asleep? Those two birds had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Mr. Stratton and Winniebank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Winniebank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back for the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang. But then how'd she fall asleep? Hit in the back by the bullet. Mr. Winniebank fell to the floor when he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winniebank. As soon as the thought struck Mr. Strad, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
Objection!
You just shot Sholmes. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, the brothers had every opportunity to have been the true properties of Winniebank's murder. I don't see it yet. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. Those three? There should have been two bullets missing their gun. I mean, the only explanation is that if Winniebank dropped his gun and then he got shot by his own gun by the brother, and then the brother put the gun through the window and Gina held onto it and fell asleep. Yeah, that's the weird part. Why would Gina be asleep and why would she be holding the gun? It makes no sense in this case. That's amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely you have to get the verdict of not... It sounds too weird, yeah. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I find myself the defendant's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers of your eastern provincial nation. Alright, cool. We get chicanery here. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? Phase 3. Him laughing. I say, Lord Van Zeeks. Might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick, or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets. You think this is bad? The chicanery, he's done worse. Precisely. I haven't watched the show yet, but like I've seen memes around a lot, especially that scene. You see, my lord pulls out Hercule. Sometimes the second most important instructions of first. Cleared the victim defending herself, then took a nap from fatigue. Just took a nap. That's the weird part. Yeah, it's too weird. Our theory holds no water. Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. The second, that which struck the detective, Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. I want to see what he thinks about Sholmes. Like, in this, what he thinks about Sholmes. You survived an armed robbery and potential gunfight and saw a man die in front of you. Would you have take a nap? Honestly, I don't know. The adrenaline might keep me awake for a while. The adrenaline might keep me awake. But I just collapse. I have no idea how I'd react, honestly. Indeed. The defense presented a picture of showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet, which injured Mr. Sholmes, appears to be passed through his body to strike the calendar. For a crash when it blows over. Yeah, true. There's that. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winnybag, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find... If the single bullet that was fired from the brothers' gun hit Sholmes, it means... Winnybag not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary tactic, with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Order, order. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Jean Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from law-abiding citizen. She has a past record of a criminal record. Criminal conduct. Ha. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're close. Ha. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with a loathsome intent. As we can see beyond the doubt in this print, this extra threatening the victim of a murder weapon. You have to pay for a giant for the first time. Ha. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. Cool, yeah, now the disc is back. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's back to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken as evidence now. Okay, so Van Zeeks knows McGilded is linked to this to some extent. So let's see. Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. None of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, anything between the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. And he called him Mr. McGill. Did I say McGilded? There. There were no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crimes she would not commit. The court forgets the fact of its peril, as peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to make this music box disc to evidence counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard of the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence. Ooh, now we're getting spicy. Corruption. Now we're getting spicy because McGilded. No links to McGilded. Let's go. We're getting spicy now. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. He's popping off now, yeah. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. Government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. On the reverse, it reads Mr. McGilded. But to establish the accursed motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Let's double check the disc. Still there. For McGilded. That's the man you defended in a couple months ago, isn't it, Runo? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Oh, this blood. Oh, we can get... Oh, wait. Let's see. Can we get... what's her name? Sorry. Iris. To check the blood. This is blood. Yes, you're right. There's a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Haha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought I've been waiting forever. Alright, hold still that disc, Runo. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Green. Ooh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Huh? Sholmes got shot, but then why is Benedict? Huh? Unless it was so dark that it wasn't Sholmes and it turned out to be Benedict in disguise as Sholmes. No, but why is Sholmes? Where the hell is he then? It's not blood type. It's based on. It's just literally someone else's blood. What? Oh, yeah, they're both green. Huh. Now that's weird. Because it was Benedict's blood on the disc. I don't think we're going time traveling. Like, oh, it's Sholmes from the past or alternate dimension. I don't think that's the case. But okay, that's a bit weird now. That's weird. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Alright, yeah, we've got a long trial to go. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once and for all 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord, I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in the fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Alright, let's see. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have established the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Eliminated. Hey, that's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. That Gina didn't shoot Winniebank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garadeb's squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright, let's see. Do you need to press more again? Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on that day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns. Okay, fine. You and the surgeon, at least, we talked to first. Seeing there's little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw I'd be jolly well being hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole court is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. Yeah, from our end, not yours. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed. Okay, I think let's do the surgeon and Broshevik first. Are those sides on the bottle? I didn't notice. He does have. I I wouldn't put it past it because he is like called the Reaper of the Bailey. So like having death imagery isn't the worst. Isn't out there rather. Okay, I think let's do the surgeon. Oh, we can do. Wait, what? Wait, how do I go back? Wait. Oh, that's weird. Up, scroll. Okay, no, that's not weird. Never mind. I never realized this will save time. Never heard of a grape being harvested with a scythe. What do I know? I mean, there are farming scythes. Oops, wrong way. Alright. What operation? Would you please stop muttering about these things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. You don't cut the whole stick down, do you? I never farmed grapes. But the thing is, I couldn't really say it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you're operating on... I mean, the bullet... What was that fellow's name now? Herlick? No, Herlock? No, Herlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? No, wait, but the bullet is in the crime scene. So what do you mean by it vanished from his stomach? What do you mean there's no injury to Sholmes and he's fine? Oh no, let's see. Yes, good lord. It was that Herlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated Mr. Sholmes? Yeah, these jurors pretty much act as additional witnesses, but without being annoying and no cross-examination. Well, no like full cross-examination, but these jurors all act as witnesses. It really condenses down having too many witnesses or like too many cross-examinations, because it feels like, yeah, it's a lot more streamlined in this game compared to before. Like, you always had like some witnesses who were like totally useless, or like who were just there with misunderstandings and then had nothing to do with the case, I feel, or like help or barely helped. But with the jurors in this game, they really help out with like additional info, but without having to be like a whole song and dance introduction, which is nice. And without having to meet too many people during investigation either. Using the very unnecessary techniques, I might add. It's very major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after the midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb. Couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Second time already, the grandpa's in the right place at the right time. Pretty much. But to be fair, in the other case, he was there more to be a red herring. Natsume never really did walk down that way. He was a red herring during that case, but he did stall for time for the summation. And also, oh wait, to be fair, he also helped out with the window, with the smoke story, with his grandsons. To be fair, yeah, there's that as well. I hate to say the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Yeah, I was wondering, what are you talking about? The count of defense is correct. This clearly is shown in the photographic print. The bullet that Skolkin brothers fired at Sholmes hit him in the stomach region. When it exited his body and lodged in the shop wall where the candle was hanging by the door. I think you'd find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Ha! Who do you think I am, son? Jury number 4 is best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying you checked it back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. Oh. No exit wound. What? That's the point. The only conclusion was that the bullet is still somewhere in the man's innards. This is why I set up slicing him up. I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody explain the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery of how this jury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert? Oh! I am ballistics experts. There's nothing I do. Alright, let's double check if you say something, but I think you're the expert. I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, bloodbath? Ah, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps. Da, those, extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have a question about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No. Still, we should bear in mind, he's our man of mystery about guns and bullets. Okay, yeah. So, doctor plus him, surgeon plus him. Fancy has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the possible, he said, he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. Listen, Chatter, this is your time to shine. Ha! Alright. Yeah. It's you, Pit you, and Bolshevik.
Objection!
These statements clearly contradict the idea that I do is pit jurors against each other. Ooh, a ballistics expert? Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on the back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where the Sholmes was shot. There. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Violent. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then, where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, it never hit you. Why'd you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Ah, collateral damage. Like, let me double check this then. Is it damaged in any way? You have to put your 2 prints in here to start with, you see, and then you look close through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. One thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints. I know who came up with the idea of stereoscope, but it's quite fascinating. Alright, never mind. Because this is not the same one from the crime scene. Oh, the calendar! Oh, good point. Right, because the calendar has... Right, just like bits and pieces from the calendar. Just smashed, just like hit Sholmes then. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melt inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. Shrapnel, that's it, shrapnel. The shooting happened in the pawnbroker's shop. And not some snowy mountain in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Runo, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch in his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. Where he keeps the glass vials of... Oh! Right. He does wear that. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mrs. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Van Zeeks? Why was it forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination? I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping, along with all the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Oh, he keeps the evidence with him now. He's the one with the keys to it now. But yeah, Zeeks is helping us, honestly. He's helping us. Which is nice. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question. He has trust issues now. Bring forth Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Okay, yeah. I see. So the pouch worn by Sholmes the night in question. Look at that! One of the files is broken, and the lever around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. So that night, the bullet from the Skrokin brothers' gun struck Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into a wall of shot. So 3 bullets. No, I think it's the same bullet that hit the calendar. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would have... Maybe... Yeah. If it is the deflected, the bullet, it hit... It's that... But that means... But the issue is then... The blood on the wall is not Sholmes' blood. It's Benedict's blood. But why is Benedict there in the first place? And where... We didn't see him at all. One mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of the case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Benedict ate the L. Ha! Yeah, he just got shot now. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum to solve, the court will request the Scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. It's in the court record. Now, summation examination. Right, let's double check the pouch. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, the bullet shot, it went through his pouch and then deflected out elsewhere. It's really scorched badly here. Oh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Oh! There is 3 bullets! What the? Iris, look! Behind where broken file is, do you see it? Ah, let's... The Skrokin brothers' bullet. What a stroke of luck it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is... There were 3 bullets fired at Windy Banks that night. We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. The third bullet. Let's go. Let's see if we can we talk about this? I'm curious. These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Homemade? Yes, like fingerprint powder to show where the victim has touched, where people touch things. And scent amplifying solution to intensify smell lingering on an object. That's amazing. They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable. Mr. Shums is a walking bomb. Either passionate about finding the truth or just oblivious to danger. I wonder if they're gonna come into play at some point. Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. It looks much of a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. That's the glass. That's the glass one. Sholmes took a beating, didn't they? Okay, yes, we have the third bullet now. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, but a little more time. After all, there's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. Ballistic expert. Where the bullet... Yeah, let's double check. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. There's that pickpocket. Only 2 bullets found that day. Yeah, sorry.
Hold it!
There were 3. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and 2 guns were fired. That fired them have been examined by the police. We are so back, that's for sure. Let's go. When the parlor maid asked me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like fine china. And Zeke's thank you very much. Pretty much, like, I don't think he'll be pissed off that he can't win this. If we can, I think like he will take the L if it means that we can get the big fish fried with the McGilded stuff. But we're not even there yet, so we got a long trial ahead of us. Does your employer dine in thieves? He wasn't pissed that last case. Yeah, he wasn't pissed. He was like, damn, you know what, fair. So I suppose, like, at most it's like because he lost to us. That's about it, really, at most. Because he seems to have some hatred towards the Japanese for some reason, but we don't know why. Yeah, third case is when he was the most pissed. So before he eats some more pistachios. Yeah, it's annoying it's hard to eat those a lot. Like for me, it's like it's just too much of a handful with them. They're nice, but they're a handful. And another bullet. I have to reconsider my position. A third bullet somewhere in the scene? Could that be possible? I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. The third bullet.
Take that!
The third bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windybag's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lost inside of Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? The pouch was removed from around Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. Since then, he has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skullcrin Bubbers that night? We are a conjurer now. We're gonna be wizard. Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. Clearly visible in the photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that's of Mr. Windybank and that belonging to the Skullcrin brothers. Oh, so what? Did Benedict kill Windybag then? Windybag. And the examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet has been fired from each. Adept Conjuration now costs 50% mana. Ha. Ah. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah. Order. While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Some facts that would appear to shake the very foundation upon which the case of the defendant has been built. We damaged the boss. Ha! As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Okay, so he can just stop the summation examination if he feels like there's something much bigger to fry. Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense was carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with a tedious preamble. Simply answer one question. A 3rd bullet has been ID'd at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing. Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Blove. Go blimey. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? Oh, hey there. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. What? What? Never. The Skulking brothers never work alone. It's just 2 of us. That's our trademark. Oh, soon we forget poor Soki. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? That's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense? Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm, from whence it came. Well, I mean, we did see Benedict with a gun, so he owns one at least. Thinking back over the old testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this thing tells us about the Skulking brothers. Did not join the stream for a long time. He didn't left you very... I see. Yeah, don't worry. No worries about it. Whenever you're free and whatnot, don't worry about it. Don't worry. No worries about it. No worries. It's clear what the third bit tells us about the Skulking brothers. It's nothing to do with them. Or maybe an accomplice, I guess? An accomplice, yeah. On that night at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. By evidence that all points to the fact that there was someone else present, carrying a gun.
Objection!
Alright, I think we need to prove there was another person. An accomplice, you say? Pig's will. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to do 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has not been a murmur of a 3rd man if this apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy be crushed. Demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. Secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkers are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, we know that already. Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend. Despite those swimming eyes, you seem to think you had something to say. And anyone's referred to you as Mister. Hey there. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof do you have there was a third intruder present at the scene? It's the blood sample.
Take that!
The evidence is right here. I see. So I'll refer to you as Kaya then. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves it of a third intruder. Which one is it?
Take that!
This one. What am I looking at here? It appears to be some green paint or such like around a bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain. Green blood? Curious, even for you. If the court understands the intruder was some unhuman creature, it's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By a great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts to different elements in the people's blood to change its color. Oh no, it's like, it's a way to ID. We're explaining it now. It's a way to ID the blood. Like, how to say? Each person has their own blood color after you apply the thing. Like the victim in the case has blue blood, while this blood is green. After you apply a chemical to it. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. By seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blue blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. A striking blue. Yes, so you see the green color of this blood on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shot. Now hold fire there, young man. Couldn't that be from an unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date shown on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume whoever was shot at the same day. But whose blood is it? Well, the Skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. A third intruder, in fact. Memories of Mary's life's life. Oh, only L taker, yeah, Benedict.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Egbert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Ben attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box disc too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time, and I can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windy Bank for a print showing the fellow. Yeah, okay, yeah. Taken from the red-handed recorder's gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windy Bank this morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin? Never seen a geezer before in me life. On me life, Gov. On me life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses are disagreeing with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the ID of the alleged accomplice. Yes, I can. Let's see. You talking to me or Kavolin in chat? Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that a clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the criminal he says he is. As he is, yeah. Antarctica. Really? Antarctica? This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling something that has been missing in the trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answers to court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Prove the man was, in fact, the person struck by the third bullet. And here.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windy Banks, which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on scene, I believe. The man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. Very well. I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions on its surface. These protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain is it? My assistant and I have to just analyze the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty Fogger gun. Yes, I'm adding the results to his portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same colour as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windy Banks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling here. My lord, is the opinion of the defence that Mr. Egbert Benedict be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we are ill-afforded to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant incident ignores the mechanics of the law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. Okay, yeah, he doesn't like him. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The sum was made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. Oh, he's pretty stuck in his ways though, as well. Granted. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you, successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a lot of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't get away with that. Else did he take... Oh yeah, I saw, yeah. They got third place. They got third place. In the thing I saw, yeah. I knew we'd come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What did you just say, young girl? In summation examination, decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors. As he works like this in real law, you can't really present inventions like... Yeah, true. It makes sense. It makes sense, yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense you can't just present something like this out of the blue. I think Zeke's to just stand on the table in final form. Just stand there. So, the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. This is what happens, they're all fans of Sholmes too. Yeah, like, the telegram lady really likes the whole thing with technology, and obviously that extends to some of them mentioned they're fans, and obviously the doctor operated on Sholmes, so he knows he's a real person. And then there's and obviously we had Sholmes involved with the last case with thing. What's his name again? Garadeb. Yeah. Eris Wilson, sharpshooter. And the maid mentions it too. Yeah. So the only one left is Brashevik. After that shrewd persistence of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, I quite like Iris as an assistant as well. I do wonder, because like I know for like Dual Destinies, we can have like multiple assistant. Well, I think also Apollo Justice. I think no, even in the other games, there is like you can have more than one assistant character. Like you had like Pearl and Maya. And also you had like Athena plus Apollo as well, or Phoenix plus Trucy. So I wonder if we're gonna have like, besides Susato, it would be nice to have like Iris or Sholmes alongside. That'd be cool. We'll see. It must be acknowledged from the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. It's absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in the matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you'll come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decision in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Huh?
Guilty.
Come on.
Not guilty.
Yay, let's go. Alright, I thought you would be... I thought the telegram lady would be more... open to this, but I guess not. 2 guilty, 4 not guilty. I guess the surgeon is a bit miffed, a bit maybe, but we'll see. So that's an outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? if these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by the pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. I feel like Zeeks has been burned before by the jury. Like, whatever happened in the past, he got burned horrifically by the jury. I think, yeah, we did talk about before how the jury is easily, in some cases, easily influenced by, like, higher-ups and whatnot. So I feel like whatever happened to Zeeks, he got burned horrifically in the past. The trial will continue. I guess we find out in the sequel game, which we'll probably play this week, honestly. Since no Limbus, I can fit in another one of this. We'll see. We'll see the schedule for this coming week. I'll do it. I'll sort it out soon. I'm really excited to find out more about Zeeks as well. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. Yeah, words. The defense has very recently requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madame? If possible, Inspector. Me? Yes, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Is she gonna... This one of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Are you related to him? You don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious. Oh, everyone is linked. Everyone is linked. The jurors are all linked. Juror number 5. How on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegram, stop. Oh, is he leaking, is he leaking information? Or something? Is he part of this leaking information leak? We'll see. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job day by day. Whatever he gets up to at night. Yeah, I suppose that's it. That's why I thought something was wrong. The gentleman is at London's communication station. He'll subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When a new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I'd like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Alright. That's part 2 probably done. Yeah, part 2. So maybe 2 more parts to the trial. One or two more parts. But yeah, this is going to be a really long one. Alright, let's save here. Alright. One more part. Okay, cool. A really long one though. Sure. Okay, cool. Let's go right into this. 12:41 p.m. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent co-sorters now. Ginny, Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. The picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees this is gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Think I have enough to catch it. I mean, yeah, this is like, yeah, because like the whole last stream was the investigation portion, but yeah, it's a really like long. You're pretty deep into the game right now, yeah. Certainly, you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Yeah, come on, talk to us. We know it's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember now. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped down and went down the street to the 2-1, to Windy Bank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hand of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes didn't like. Something, well, he don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in a lug with Windy Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windy Banks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? Nah, it's just bad timing. I started to look and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I get the oil lamp and encounter a bit of a wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed that gun off the counter and... Oh! Oh! Oh, right, because he doesn't... Right, because he leaves the gun on the counter. He doesn't keep it on his persons. Right. Sometimes you need to pretend to befriend the thief to get the real truth. Get the truth. A great thief. Yeah. You panicked then. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The something or other. It's here. I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I don't know if Sholmes really pointed ear or not. Please, just let me and I'll go. Oh, very well then. Oh, he's pretty nice. For pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright, the manuscript. Someone weren't lying after all. You know that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? Maybe I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Can I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. 7-hour case that I might see it. Of to increase CO2 emissions. Sure, yeah. Take care. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out of the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what's going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I didn't think I should help, see. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Oh, did she get knocked out? Did she get knocked out by the door? I heard a couple shots go off, too, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. 2 shots, yeah. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Oh, she did lock it. Because you thought whoever had shot Windy Bank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fire at least. But then I got a better look at him. I knew. Windy Bag was a goner. Did he faint then? I guess he fainted then. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after all that, I don't remember nothing. Ah, that's okay. She just fainted then. Fine, that's fair. She fainted. Not when you passed out, Gina. If I had done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. You don't believe everything you told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Werner was about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon. That Egbert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? Oh, so then okay, yeah. So that means, what's it called? The gun, yeah, the gun that, Windy Bank used shot Benedict, and then, yeah, he got shot with Benedict's gun. While the gun that the brothers shot was in Sholmes's pouch. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. The defense was with Benedict. Yeah, must have been. Mr. Nara Odor. Yes? How come you can trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog troll off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one believed it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was pretty prepared to die to me, who was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. that he had absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Ah. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Ah. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris, we know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruhodo, Aww. Defendant Jean Lestrade and a legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Alright, now is with thing. I've been both a defendant and defending lawyer in my time, so I know only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another's putting all their faith in you. This is at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Aw. Alright, here goes. "17th April, 1:41 PM, the Old Bailey, courtroom. I hereby call the court in order as we resume the trial of Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain was delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. But let's return our attention to Inspector Gregson's persistence of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood scenes makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has arrived in the building. Poenad. Thank you, officer. Show him to stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. So you're not like this. There you are. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Oh, AG. Okay, AG, yeah. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's at Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Grayson. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Alright, let's see what he even says about this. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. If certain parties are here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, some scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. That doesn't help us. They don't want to count it as evidence. This is the big issue. You deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands the jury's will is upheld. But it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer for necessary counsel. Proceed. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Alright, he took off his hat then, okay. Accusation. Make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded these thugs to break the place on the night of murder?
Hold it!
Let's see that one. Go for at least 3 hours. I feel it's going to be 3 hours. At 2.5 to 3 hours. Let's see. Let's see. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced him as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer in there, in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting it's an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that? They did mention a third person way back then. Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains that he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle? Thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
Blood wasn't found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood is a slightly different composition, it seems. No chemical is able to differentiate. There. Spare me the science lesson. Oops. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you aren't able to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Tch, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Hey.
Okay, what's up?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Who? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up here with this. I'm just gonna tell you. Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. You're not even next to him. Mr. Nash Skulkin. God blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Graydon spoke? Nothing, honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, he'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So it was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Cool, thank you. You, now we got a bullet wound. Oh, L's bells. How do you know he has a wound as well? Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer everything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, the person lacking upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Yeah, not in the least bit sus. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winnieback's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Alright, nothing to do, but then it's like, yeah, the disc. I never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment when a man was killed. Alright, let me save, because it's been just in case. Yeah, so then the disc, pretty much. Coward. May as well. Mr. Disc.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Why is it supposed to mean something? Is it supposed to mean something? The disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winniebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Mr. Regina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysterious appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc in my life before. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right, the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny little bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of the skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnant also, in the form of a scratch. Oh gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on the disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order. Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not intend to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about the disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it's nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. Thanks, Zeeks. Honestly, the disc is like now the main thing we're using for this trial. So yeah, even though the inspector was told not to like submit it as evidence, it's now the big thing for this trial. Testimony. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, "Former gilded, but the item belongs to me." The dreaded ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutling, on the day in question. I proceeded to, at once, the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in the very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of the Sydney massive murder? Yes, my lord. The one and same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying McGilded and you yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Come on, Zeeks, do something. Order. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGill himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you commence your cross-examination, please. Alright, let's see. Your disc. There's no on the disc for McGilded, but the item belongs to me.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communication officer to myself commands a fine salary. You certainly exquisitely dress, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of services provided by pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claimed that was your overcoat. Obviously, in my haste I clean forgot the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note that reads, "For McGilded." I'm a collector of rare and unusual box music. I first met McGill at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that era. So, the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let McGilded hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Okay, don't push that yet. The redemption ticket expose. I think we have to expose her, but like not too. It's too early to expose her. It's too early. Too early. Too early. Probably by accused on the day in question.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Mr. Strayed lifted a ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in insalubrious areas, her kind frequent.
Objection!
Mr. Strayed did no such thing. Well, of course she would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day, prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You're looking for her. That's what brought you to Windy Banks. To get your hands on McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense. I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. But I will continue my testimony for what possible use it can be. He that wants to shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of pick-purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was really trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. That was this very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has connection to Mr. McGilded
right?
as evidence.
Excuse me!
What's up? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark made you in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet, he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious actions, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out when we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Long Strongheart, I presume. Ooh, now we get Strongheart. Get him in. Drag him in. Drag him. Drag him. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Long Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? There's some beef. There's some beef. Something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear the Inspector has revealed all that he's at liberty to reveal. Graydon, let's return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, no reason to break into the shop later the same night.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen... drag him. Like, obviously, like, Strongheart is just so sus that, like, it feels like... Because he knows... He laughed about the whole McGilded thing. Like, oh, yeah, you know you'd win. Don't worry. Like, there's something suspicious about him. But we have no way to drag him in unless he gets killed or, like, murders someone on hand. But we'll see. As you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Opposite of Zeke's sus. Pretty much, like, he looks too edgy to not to be. Like, he looks so sus that he's not sus. Pretty much. Hold on, one sec. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article in the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. Yeah, like yard sale stuff. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall it had been seized by police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I, as I keep saying, so we had no reason to break in. In this case, you know how in Math Infinity exists, but not a real number. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might... Oh! The box. Let's do it. Now it's the box time. Some evidence? Then let him have it. I'm dying to see what irritating assured expression is of his will crumble. The box. The box. He's so sus it's not real. Pretty much. Yeah, okay. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregson's been very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Graydon is lying. Okay, yeah, we had to see that cutscene first. Okay, yeah, come on, go. In other words, I had absolutely no... Yeah. And we have, there is, the box.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windy Banks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded has another article in pawn at Windy Bags. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to McGilded in the Windy Bags pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with the 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. We know calling Zeke's learned friend is a true Mirror Force moment. Yeah, he's been calling him that for a while. It's like, it does show like some spice that Ryunosuke has to like hit back at him. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker of these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forwarded, I can simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There will be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box the very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Wendy Bank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photograph prints to this court if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Heard these red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using the plan of the shop layout. The victim establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One set to capture the counter where Winnie Bank received customers, other set to capture the shelves where it was placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box has been forfeited already. The 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13th April to be precise. This means it would have been on the shelves. Oh, let's see. Maybe we do something with the print again. Maybe. Now, what I have here is a printing by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. At 11 PM on 15th April. Oh, who? The victim certainly had a very full show, it would appear. And then here we have another print. Wait, is there any difference after the incident? I guess it's time to do a scope again. Do you have 2 pictures to compare? I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. I can't do cross-side on this. I can't do cross-side on this. Time for juror number 3. Yeah. Or we use our own. We have our own. We have our own stereoscope. At least. I'm on PC and can't do it. Yeah, I can't. It's too. I don't know. I can't do it myself. I can't go cross-eyed. Let's see. I don't know. I need a focal point. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Yeah. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken, in addition to the victim's life. So you mean, unless it was sold beforehand, but Graydon doesn't know about it. We never really compared the 2 prints thoroughly. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Maybe what was inside the box. Nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. As my learned friend assertion, it's nothing more than hopeless fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. Maybe it's inside the box. All of these photographs are exactly the same. Oh, wait! The green thing. The green thing is slightly moved, I think. It's slightly moved? I think it is. It looks slightly moved. There's more... I don't know, no. But this is the box, obviously. I think this green thing is slightly moved. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Should we use the box then? Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Okay, we need to use the box first, yeah. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy? Alright, this thing again. A stereoscope. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look for the eyepiece. He's addicted. Oh! That thing? I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. I mean, it's just like, yo, it's like, yeah, here. Is this is it? Let me check myself. Do we have it? We don't have it separately, but sure.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Oh, the box is moved. When you move it stereoscopically. Right, because they counted the number. A singular area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. I love that he's using the machine. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. He's into it now. He's addicted as well. Mr. McGilden's small box was indeed not stolen on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and returned it in place of its shelf. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilden is in fact... Yes, the very small box identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved onto the shelf. Nothing was stolen. This means quite simply, nothing changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilden's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yeah. Someone opened the box. I believe this changes everything but the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Even that our Zeeks is in denial now that, like, yeah, this links back, and we're like, damn, this is messed up. Varus is still in, like, attack me for whatever angle. Because if he could gladly incriminate McGilden, he'd do that. Let's see where we go with this. We should have a report within half an hour. I think we should have recess for a short while until evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. I mean, that's more like Gina's specialty, but sure. What are you saying? My learned friend has pursued the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That the witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to McGilden's from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place and the of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, McGilden perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Oh, because he wants... Okay, so he's saying expose McGilden now, so we have a reason to do this. Articles of this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat happens to have a music box disc in one of his pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if that man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows, McGill was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It's incumbent to the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or box are intangible related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? You know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGill's true character, we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGill's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no, that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zeke knows? Oh, he's pushing us. He's pushing us. He's pushing us to do. That's why. She did though, so yeah. He's pushing us to do it. Then come on, give me back my verdict. Well, not like that, but like, yeah. But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean? Well, what is that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright. The exact significance of the things that McGill deposited with Mr. Winniebank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. I was robbed in broad daylight. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have her testify. The truth comes out no matter what. My lord, the defense is going to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGill's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windy Banks by McGill, my lord. Mrs. Lestrade has information related to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing. Indeed, your own. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt this cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses heard in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGill has deposited in Winniebank's pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in the courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGill did. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. Yeah. And now here we are all again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. Old Brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. As the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the rooftop deck, when the body was dropped through a skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Strayed whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Mr. Strayed was concealed under a seat in a carriage, hoping to pick pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of murder, Mr. McGilded died in the very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved, even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the ominous murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Mr. Strayed, would you tell the court now, please? What happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all I want to know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Strayed, this is extremely important. But... remember, little girl. If it transpires you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please. You have to trust Runo now. Yeah, Zeeks is pushing it. Like, you're not helping by, like, making it hard to speak. He's just pissed off. Iris, we're on your side. He wants that run back. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and an extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which we have hitherto unaware. Mr. Strayed, you will now give your testimony before court about the events 2 months ago. You reveal the truth, a commodity solely lacking in your original statements. Is it then? Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take the risk. Alright. The revealed truth of the omnibus case. The truth is, the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream over me head, and that pair on the deck went off the cover slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn run about that. He threatened me to not snitch, and to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Alright, it is the truth, yeah. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived the court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in the courtroom 2 months ago. The accusations of the accused in that trial, the witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I mean, we tried to help. We tried to get the truth out. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. Is that all lies? That McGilded fellow was brought to the court, just like that pickpocket. Look at the lawyer from the east. They're all in together. You're wrong, the law of you. Mr. Narodo, the lawyer there. You didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What operation to get the man off scot-free? I'll forgive him. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's porn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've plunged yourself into, this may be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. This is Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'll decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Which one do I? He's not lying about anything. Unless he's like doing from the back, yeah. Truth is that Breakmaker Cove was in the omnibus the whole time. When Irishman dragged me out from the seat, I saw the disc was on the floor. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me Ed, and that pair on the roof deck went to call the slops. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to run to the pawn shop about.
Hold it!
Yeah, let's talk about disc. That pawn shop obviously being Windy Bags on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony at trial as well? Perhaps the excursion of the pawnbroker he slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilda took off his. What are you two talking about? Oh, that's sus. What are you doing? What are you two doing? McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, oh careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remembered thinking, that coat and what's it, gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, but Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Windy Bag was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon on the pawnbrokery. The driver looked probably happy when McGilda flashed him some brash in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to, but, well, yeah.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be scarper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket. Well, I never. He said that if I didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck. So it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before it arrived at the police makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver deposit Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Yeah, blood. Blood, yeah. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. She's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use this time to get as much information out of her as possible. Okay, we just press then. Just press everything. Yeah, press every statement then. Another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the whole entire time? That is strange. Looks like they've been having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. I guess we have to just get her to talk and they'll react somehow.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strayed? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed McGilda was the sole passenger, you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what you told I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. We're Mr. McGilda and the victim acquaintances. I don't know, but I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear it too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They keep talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I already had dared to believe him, and all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keying over on the floor. It's blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out a voluntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat on the cove with a knife in his belly up the seat. Up on the seat. What did he say to you that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. What a disc and all. I was dead scared, the way he was looking at me, I thought. If I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he also asked me a lot of questions, like what his name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about me being diver too. Diver, there. After a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair of dirt roof went to cover slopes. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed a cove with a knife in his guts. When he screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and Magilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back onto the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was on the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Yeah, we redid this. Yeah, we did that. We did all of them now. Okay, we have to do something about these two though. Having a secret discussion. Something I can do. Can I present anything? Where do I present something then? The blood, yeah. Maybe. I don't know which part do I present it at. Is it this last statement? Let me double check. Is it the last statement? Oh, why would he do that? Wait, let me check. Let me check. Friend you how exactly Tommy Scarpa, false testimony. Yeah, that's it. Which was... He told me I had to hang on to the ticket. Make sure not to lose it. The ticket? I never. Said if I didn't show the ticket 2 months past, tell me that with some brass. But really, why on earth would... Okay, yes, it's the last statement. It's the last statement then. Something very important. Yeah, after that, let me go. Yeah. Alright, yeah, last statement. Yeah, okay, so I guess we present the blood to the last statement. Why would he do that? Last statement. Okay, so let's be the blood then. Maybe without, let me see these notes again. Okay, then I guess we'll do the blood one.
Objection.
No. The witness. Shit. Let's see the correction. Oh, and for heaven's sake, will you kind of why like panic stricken? Yeah. So where do we? Okay, let me save then, because I don't know. It's not clear this point. Let's see. What do you present here? Coward, just in case. I don't want to be like at low HP, super low HP, or like I don't want to like, yeah. Pawnbroker's ticket. I guess he means the ticket. This one with Mr. Mason's blood. One overcoat.
Objection.
No. I just don't have to go through this dialogue. Low HP more fun, maybe. It's more because the game doesn't have a skip option, which is the issue. Maybe maybe this ticket?
Objection.
No. Okay, there's something to do with those. Unless it's like, I know the game sometimes does like, you have to press like multiple times on like one thing, or like press twice after doing pressing. It's one of the more annoying methods they do. I know in the other games they did it before. Like you have to press one thing and then press again another statement and then press again that same statement again that you pressed already once. Like the only thing else to that case would be Susato's notes. Found deceased in Lost Kids Omnibus, dead East End. Baruch von Zeeks. Conviction was assured with 3 testimonies. However, a surprise for witness resulting in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Let's see nothing. Nice one, try me out from the sea. Trophies that bring me to Culver's cabin. Old time. What do I do about you guys then? I don't see where we could attack from here. That's when Gilded slit the driver some tin. Befriend me. I don't know where do I attack from here? Need to get as much information from as possible. Go for it. Press every statement. One more thing. Take a look at these two. Strange, they're whispering to each other. Yes, it's strange. They have a secret discussion. I'm not sure if I'm going to be comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do. Yeah, but what do I do about that? The disc? I guess. Just present a disc on the disc? You mean disc? I guess.
Objection.
No. Yes, winnable, but I just don't know what statements. Like, how are we gonna interrupt these two guys having their own chit chat? Double check this. Cabin the entire time, if I remember rightly. Fine, maybe you have to do like one clean sweep of pressing. I don't know. That just seems janky to do. Come on. We heard a noise. There's no movement they're doing either. So we can't, there's nothing like that. That's been dragging me out from the sea. I saw that disc on the floor. Blah, blah. Yeah, we know. So this you saw. Yeah, okay. We just mentioned that disc there. I don't know. Gilda picked it up. Cove the knife. Disc, I know I was dead scared. Yeah. But my name was where I lived like that. But I don't know. Come on. All of a sudden. Yeah. There was two gentlemen. Blah blah. That's right. Yeah, these two. Out of sight where back on the street where I started off. Blah blah. We need to put police. Go the driver. Yeah, only seat. The driver, yes, testified. Yeah, Beppo, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we got this already. What did we kill? Did say? Don't know what happened. When he said he gave him some tin.
Hold it!
The pawn shop. Just a moment, counsel. You would tell me the driver gave false testimony. Blah, blah, blah. You forgot. Yeah. We still just chatting. What's it worth? A few bob. Went running off. Friend me not to snitch. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Friend knew how. We know. Told me I had to hang on to the ticket for the pawn shop, make sure not to lose it. The ticket, why never? But really, why not from Gilded do that? This should be Gilded, very important. Anyway, after that, then we go. Okay, I think it's a last statement. It's a last statement. I don't know what the hell to present to it. What's that? Yeah, these two guys are being sus as hell. Okay, fine. It's not... Alright. We repressed everything. Has to be the last statement then. We tried the blood sample. We tried the ticket. Maybe just the notes then. I don't know.
Objection.
No. I'll just reload. Let me just throw everything at this. Remember the snitch? No, let's say nothing.
Objection.
Now we tried that already once. Sorry, counsel, failed to see this. Blah, 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 blah. Then what? For me not to snitch. We had the blood sample as well. Where do we bring...
Objection.
We did this once already. Yeah, so then... What do we do here? Maybe we just die here. Thank you, councils. I've seen enough. According to powers vested in me, Her Majesty the Queen, I declare no further examination necessary. It has been questioning the final decision of the members of the jury. Are you ready? Guilt woman? Yes, absolutely. Good sir. Yeah, guilty. Then please announce your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Yeah, guilty.
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 Yeah, and then we can't do shit. What do I press here? What do I press here? We pressed everything already once. Defendant Mr. Gina Strayed. Yeah, guilty. Blah, blah, blah. Gentlemen, the jury, I applaud your considered expedient. Court is adjourned. Yeah, sure. Yeah, retry from this. Okay, cool. We just don't. It's not like. No, wait. Let's go through that. That dialogue again. Yeah, no. We have to go through all that pressing again. No, thanks. All right, so it's not as bad as like the other games, where like you have to like go through like a certain save point. So what do I do now? We pressed and pressed already. Very not a snitch. No. Yeah, just saying. Why would he do that? Well, his blood has coat on it. His coat has blood on it. What do I... I'm lost here now, honestly. I don't know where... was expecting me to go on this one. I don't know what it's expecting me to do. I'm actually lost on what... I'm actually lost on what it expects me to do. Because, like, these guys haven't reacted at all to anything. Like, you'd expect it to be like, we get a pursue moment. You expect me to get a pursue moment, but I don't see how. Ticket, yeah. Click on everything until something works. Yeah, that's the issue. Like, I don't know where this game wants me to go with this now. Like, I get it, but at the same time, we want to stop the conversation with these two, and we pressed everything once already. We pressed everything once already, so I don't see it. I don't know. I was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. I don't know. I don't know where the game is expecting me to go with this. I'm gonna check then. I don't like to do this, but like, I'm just totally lost in where the game wants me to go. With this one. I'm completely lost on where it wants me to go with this. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. It's a bit obtuse. Just press anything and then look at them.
Hold it!
To interrupt them. Yeah, okay. It's really obtuse. You just have to, okay, it's a bit obtuse. You have to just pursue them anytime.
Excuse me.
To tell them to, like, stop talking. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Graydon? Okay, yeah, it's a bit obtuse. Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Alright, yeah, it was a bit obtuse. It was a bit obtuse. Like, you could see in the underneath, like, pursue is clickable, but, like, it's against how we're used to pursuing throughout the whole game. So, I mean, I guess to be fair, it's like, can you do something to interrupt them, but I thought maybe some evidence that they would listen to. Okay. You're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Alright, that's really obtuse, but that's that then. That's fine now. It's a bit obtuse, but it's fine. What is the discussion about? Discussion with this fella? What do you have one, Sunshine? You think you got anything about this with a shady gent like this? I think it's just without any special animations. It's hard to tell with it interact. Yeah, pretty much like we're used throughout the whole game that we can interact. That we can only do that during an animation. I guess to be fair, them facing back to us is a constant animation. But like, yeah. Even to say about a shitty gent like this. I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective, although he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. Come on, Van Zeeks, help us. Thank you, Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired in the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning the disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price. Oh, okay. Megillah took what he wanted by force. At the expense of the other man's life. Oh, to Megillah was... Okay. This proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. But I don't understand why yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Megillah's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the article as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Like, thinking ain't no crime. Mrs. Strayed, it appeared McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take the possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Yeah, I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. You can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for court inspection, sir. A mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind. It's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Alright, part 4. Hopefully we're done, like, in the next hour and a half, hopefully. As in, it's cool, it's just like time. I can't push myself, like, to do 8 hours. I can't. Alright, what's in the box? So this is the article in question, is it? This small box deposited the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Wendybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by anyone broke in the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Oh, it's a music player. And it's meant... Oh, it's a unique one that plays the disc. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device to be for the playback of this disc, my lord. Is it going to be leaking? Is it information? Is it like top secret information? So, here we have the means to play back McGilded's disc. Deposited at Wendybank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, sir, my lord. It's not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and disc are, well, they're unreasonably the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some petty bit of music.
Objection!
Come on, Gregson. I quite liked you. Don't do this. The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no, the piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it's policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah. No further delays, please. Play the disc. I mean, we have Sholmes' disc. Oh, he's blocked. Even that, or it's Morse code. Maybe it's Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over in irregular sequence. It's Morse code. In Morse code. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with such much regret, I feel the court must accept this box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? It could be. I believe it could be relevant, my lord. My good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. More noise. How to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression in his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if familiar with it somehow, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the case, stands to the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? It's Morse code. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? Oh, is the defense believe that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music? It's because it is a music box. It doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. The mixtape. Ha! I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what they say. You're acting like Hurley right now.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well now, that's what you told us. You told us what they're not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind. Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. It means to accept the fact it's foolishness. They've got me. The only answer is yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. It's Morse code. Oh, it's like the game is expecting you to know some outside knowledge. Let's see. Like, we do have the whole thing about secret messages leaking secret things, but there's no thing about Morse code. But somebody hear that guy worked with telegrams. It must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one the music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Well, we heard this before? Or do you mean it's the gavel? I'm going to put the press defense for an answer. Since the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all testimony we've heard. There's no point to a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend provides proof now. Proof at the very least of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best shot I'm going to get fight back in this trial. If I'm right, we'll join all the dots together. Evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is the paper. The secret information.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. How is it whatever a case? No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mo, classified secrets have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposed secure lines are somewhat... Oh, it's the telegram! The telegram lady. Right. That's the hint all along. Right, it's her. She's been here the whole time going bit, 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 bit. Okay. Somewhat being interpreted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are set in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Oh right, because we open up the game with a telegram as well. Open up this case. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me sir? What's something the matter? You told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communication and newspaper reports? Oh yes, you're not a mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound you made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. It is called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from the government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communication officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Come on, let's go. Order, order, please everyone, order. But this is high treason, council. Deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? I mean, I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know. We are so back, that's for sure. Right. That's how the music ties into it. Yeah, as I said, I just half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole information... Oh, are we gonna have Sholmes's duplicate disc come into effect? Maybe like the guy Graydon or Gregson breaks the disc and just screws us up. But then Sholmes comes in with the duplicate disc he made earlier. Whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit has no choice but to retrieve it. I see, it was meant to be leaked, but then it's like, oh shit, we can't have this be discovered. Whoever stole it must be worried, yeah. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by McGilded would incriminate him too much if he got it into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been plotting away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded of the crime under scrutiny in trials, murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offence, for which the law of the land stands as capital punishment. But heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let's proceed. You may... Come on, Gregson. Oh, okay, you guys. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? His name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Wrinkle Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin brothers. Big bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Are you gonna say anything? Let's see. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It's some low-class brickmaking negotiating with Mr. Good anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Graydon. Wait a minute. Mason. You have his full name. Mason. No, Mason Moverton. Mason Moverton. Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night, like we was told to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we would have touched it. Cheers, you guys. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up? Do I take it you now admit to the crime? That on the 9 question, you did indeed gain entry to premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov. We did. Well, thanks, you two. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And it was about a geezer whose job it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? I still know who your friends are. Whatever the men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will now admit into court record as evidence. Anything else inside it then? Let's see. Oh wait, maybe it says Mason on it. Maybe it says Mason's name. What's this small thing here? Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. The bottom opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? I think so. It looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. If you had 2 discs, they would play back at the same time. Okay. We'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside box, and this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are the same length, so the movement also produces a single tone than the other one. It must do, except the length of the teeth isn't the same. The single tone produced by the movement will be different to the single tone we've heard already. Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. Let me play 2 notes. Okay, that comes in later then. See how the form this says on the music box when you back couldn't be a more perfect fit. The second game right away, maybe not right away, but like a few days later. Maybe I'll do it this week. I'll do it this week, but like not right away. I'll set up a schedule, but I will do it this week. Yeah, since it's already a hot run, so we'll do it this week because it's pretty much part of a collection, so may as well. Could be more perfect fit. No question then, this was designed to be played in the music box. Despite that, the sounds are neither musical nor does it appear to have any meaning. This doesn't make any sense. I wonder. Perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. No, we know it has two compartments. Yes, 2 compartments, sure. It's a straightforward sequel. Yeah, straightforward sequel, yeah. Compared to like, say, unlike usual, yeah, where like 3 and 2 are not that linked. Well, 1 and 2 is more like Edgeworth is linked. And obviously, is this you said you did play AI2? Oh, yeah, I meant like after the collection. After the collection. After the collection is done, since the game is 2 in 1 pretty much, and I figured let's do it while the iron's hot, pretty much. But not too long at least, and I do double sessions of this game. I try to at least, so you'll get like maybe 3 weeks of this maybe left. We'll see, 3 or 2 weeks. Yeah, 3 or 2. We'll see. Can possibly steal government information. Besides, that sounds produced aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They are not. They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent. I'm listening to music box in a few seconds. Aren't big business like Spike considered AA games? I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know. I feel like AA, AAA. It depends. It's like I don't know. It feels like by all means Western orientated. It feels like more Western orientated thinking, I guess, for like game studios. Like let's say like I don't know, Sony versus like an indie studio, but I'm not sure. I don't know. There's like A, AA, B, whatever. Between indie and A. I mean, people say B games, but I don't know if that counts as indie. B, I think it's like budget. They mean, I think like people say AAA, they mean like big budget blowout games and stuff. That ones that they expect to do super well and take the world by storm. Let's say like Last of Us 2 is a AAA game, for example. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend's unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. It would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. I guess I heard B games before. 2 tones. Oh, music box. A short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, short letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by the music box, you only hear 1 tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. It means the same in everything. There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of noises. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No, okay, but we know there's 2 tones in the box. Ha! Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before causing aspirations in the future. Aspersions. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. I. High budget indie games. I can see that, yeah. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slow in place so nicely. Could there be still something I haven't considered? Would it really be possible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Yeah, give it a try. PM, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say big budget, really. It's more like they put like a lot of effort. They put so much effort into it. I wouldn't say I though, no. I'd say like I would be... I know, there's like, I don't know, would Hades count? Maybe Hades 2 would count, because it got a lot more fame. Hades 2 maybe, like Hollow Knight, Silk Song maybe. I wouldn't say exactly... It depends. To be fair, there's like Western bias, like in terms of like how well known it is, but we don't know like budgetary, how much it costs to make the game. Like we know the effort that's put in by all means, but how much they were funded by, who's backing them. There is like indie. Actually, yeah, that's it. Yeah, there are like indie studios that are funded by bigger studios. Like there is like Sony funded indie games, for example. Like it's still independent developer, but Sony had a hand in like funding them, for example. I think like Stray, for example, that the cat game counts. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Big budget though, after Marina got investment of 2 billion won. Oh yeah, then yeah, by all means then. They got a fair amount of investment with that. 2 billion won would be 12. I wouldn't say that's massive budget. Converting that to my currency, that's only £12,000. I don't think that's not a massive budget for a game. I feel not like massive. I feel even compared to other indie games, I feel that's like £12,000. I don't feel that's big budget. Maybe I don't know. I don't know how it converts over there, like, in terms of like how much they can pay voice actors, how much they can pay artists, translators, designers, etc. There's a lot going in. It seems like 12,000. That doesn't seem. That's like half a living wage. 2 billion is like that's like half a living wage, half minimum wage in a year. $1.5 million euros. Am I reading it wrong? 12,000. 1,200. No, I'm not. For me, I'm reading it being counted as £12,000. Though I think it's like it's getting converted wrong. Though, to be fair, it might be converted wrong because I'm seeing like 1 billion is worth $909 somewhere. So I think it's getting converted wrong. Oh well, let's continue this before we run out of time. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear that defense is hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have used a secret cipher? Let me open up. Okay, we have to go through this again. One of it opens up as well. You're right. Yeah, there we go. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on the other side? Oh, then I think Sholmes must come in. Sholmes must come inside now to like with the duplicate. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying. I don't know why it's being weird, the conversion rates right now. Alright.
Got it!
Yeah, it's the backside. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good gracious. Good heavens. As the court heard, Morse code comprised of 2 tones, a short and a long dash. We have a second disc in place. The music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Come on, Sholmes comes in now with the duplicate. This is beyond the joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Well, of course. If my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, there'll be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. May I remind the court that as witness has pointed out, he was not the one the omnibus with Mr. Gilly 2 months ago, striking a deal with the discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brick master. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. Read the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Graydon. If I must. I maintain it as anybody did at the start. And this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker, was it not? Alright, let's press him. It says it's around 100 million rubles, similar to a dollar exchange rate. I guess there's something out of the pounds, probably. Or just the web conversion is being really weird. The web conversion is just being weird right now, for some reason. Mr. Gill killed the brickmaster, stole the disc. But yeah, it's worth a lot, yeah. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. Some people remember this about him. It doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes on all this. Somebody acquired a disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take the meeting to McGill and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have in it for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaster from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing to add, please let us yeah. What links the two together? Look, what we done is break into the gaff the other night, like we told... Okay, let me check. Do I have any evidence that links them together? I mean, Sazato's notes. Mason Milverton. Oh, it's McGilded. It's the knife. M. No. McGilded. Right. M. Also, PR and part of Tokyo Games, so there are a lot of big shot companies there. Yeah, there is also, like, I guess there's some indie ones, though. There are still indie company, I feel, right now. Story manuscript. Blood samples. Crime scene floor plan. What links the two together? We don't have much of Mason though. Oh, what's up? Did they announce Volume 3 now of that? Okay, let's press these two. Maybe they're gonna help us. Like Mr. Green told you to. You mean? Oh, a newsletter. I see. That's it. What else? Silly me thought he was popping over for a natter after over many years, but it brought a dodgy judge for us. After all those years, you know each other? Hey, Ash? Oh, you know each other. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Graydon isn't an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon is an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now as a fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him in either. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of the town, just like us. Ah, I see. Is that so? But he was always the leery one. He had brains, he had savvy. Always kind of smart ideas that, like, what, would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton? Oh, Milverton! And Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? And it says almost done on the final zone remains compared to the zone. Oh, I see. So cool. That's cool. It's almost there. Cool. Nice to see progress on that. Save into art of a trial. You remember saying has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Can we turn your attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. No, Milverton. At the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentiment statement could hold vital information to the case. Yeah, Milverton. Very well, counsel. I permit the brothers to submit the testimony with the detail. Briefly. I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin. Shulkin. Milverton and Skulkin milk run. God, them days. Yeah, and then you are... Wait, Milverton. Let's double check. What do you mean?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going on when we were just youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we were here, I should ask him to elaborate on what? The name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. Then where did the Milverton part come from? Oh right, I thought clever clogs like you would have worked out that. You said it's pretty weird chapter with lots of things in it. Not of a big story, but you focus on gameplay there. I see. I should probably pick up chapter 1 and 2 at some point to play. We'll see. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the moment of the name Milverton you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the apist of the ohms that one came from. Yeah, it was... Yeah, we got a lot of time this year. Potentially, yeah. Unless you're gonna do playtest. But there is playtesting, to be fair. Testing and stuff like that. Yeah, it's this old man struggling for money so much. His wife walked out on him. She didn't name Graydon then, see. But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Oh, Mason is your father. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This old bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Yeah, translations as well. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Miss Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and turn out extremely important. Yeah, Ashley Graydon was once Milverton. Yeah, we got this now. You're linked to the brickmaker. All of a sudden, we seem to be up against our next in the serious matter of national security. All of us talk about interception of secret governments is still conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? In numbers, negotiation of Ginny, overheard an omnibus 2 months ago, breaking at Windy Banks. The trouble is, it wasn't Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. Gilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. If only there was some link. Yeah, we got it now. I know. But Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Key to us making headway here is the brothers. We got it now. The link between you two. And we do. Cesato's notes.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understood have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, if it is not the case that a brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father. I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena these records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Come on, Sholmes is going to come in now with the second disc. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with the father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in government communications and sending it on to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. The deal with Mr. McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at a pawnbroker. Then, having learned the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago. Took long break to get back home. Is it only there's a night shift? Even I don't have to watch the VOD. Ha! I'm not at work. But yeah. Enjoy the VOD, yeah. It's been quite the case, that's for sure. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. By that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. The time to recover a second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Yeah. Hold on. We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winnybag was killed. The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begins answering is this. What was the only one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the wrong hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Oh, he's been clutching his arm a lot. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, that's right. That's why they're worried about him as well. Like, you got hurt, man. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch under Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Pawnbroker from Limerick. Ha! Mr. Graydon, that wound in your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, Mayo China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tch. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybank that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And you've noticed I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. That's all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkins hit the pouch. And the bullet from Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the gunman shot himself. And that leads us to one conclusion. J is the K on the keyboard, so I don't actually type an opportune time. Ha! Ha! I mean, you did already once. You did already once. I was a bit confused, like, you're referring to... who? I see. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which could only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What was that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at a communication station. But did your thought never cross your mind? You never considered possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defense's pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? I mean, this is bullshit now. No? Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as a killer. Or is he that desperate now? Oh, I fully understand. But I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You explain to the court precisely what you saw. Nothing will give me greater pleasure. Right, testimony. What's up? The moment of the shooting. While the ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winnibag threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in the black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Oh, we had to prove it. But, so as the gun out the peephole, I picked it up and made my escape. Wait, what? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, you clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Wait, that makes no sense. What? Table turner. Ha. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution is completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. So you see blood spattered over the accursed's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbour vestiges of blood, that would conclude evidence here. Except that blood is Mason's. It doesn't make it entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Say, cause you can do it. You can do that stuff. He's a true scientist, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing deep about Hurley's work. He said these are all sound. Yet these are no use to use here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. Wait, we have the blood from... Do we have any other blood samples from the actual case years ago? 2 months ago? And yeah, this is obviously... Mason's blood. Oh! We have the... Right, the ticket. The ticket. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the base of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestige of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the coat. If they test it with the chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I'm forgetting what happened yesterday. Yeah, we know. Don't flashback. I remember. I remember. Don't worry. I know. Come on. That's not Winnibag's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood when he was stabbed by Miss Gilded. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it at once. Sure, but we just show it's... Okay, does it show colour? With pleasure, my lord. While you wait the results, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. Okay, cool. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gino will be... Counsel. Yes, my lord. The cross-examination. Of course, my lord. Doesn't go well if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a compelling clue now. I have a bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Sure. Where do we go with this then? Where do we go with this? Moment of shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. Okay. When Winnibag threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I even got shot. I threw the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I just ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about his peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom has a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening there from about head height that lets you see what's happening in there from outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Yeah, we know. Yeah. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but didn't see the killing of when the bite took place. Inside the storeroom, I can see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what do you see next? The accused, in black, shot the man as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
If you put an... I'm pretty sure when you found out the blood, if you put a knife really hard, you can have such blood spatter. Yeah. Yeah. That thing. When the crime was discovered, the victim was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winningbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as such, we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't that broker's gun that pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winningbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there'd be firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
No. But no other gun was found at the scene. Ah. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Doesn't make sense, but sure. I saw blood splatter over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
Oh, all over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with the coat being such a dark colour. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason's blood. It's so annoying. If he only heard his chemical analysis, we could prove that. But he won't, so unfortunately we can't use this evidence to support our claim. Bother. Jazzy tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my... What? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. That's some bullshit right there. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I did the cleaning up to my lackeys and left. Clean up? We made a bit of a mess on the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jack pocket? You're like a bull at a gate. Come on.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just finally shaking Skulkin. Blimey, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What's going on now? You saw him. He grabbed me a whistle. Why the blaze, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when you got down the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole at the door. Sorry about that. I can't be prone to lose my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D's giving me the willies. How strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He won't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Greg's here at all. Normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that definitely wasn't out of character. That definitely was out of character. What's your feeling, Bruno? Once I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. I have to find a way to break this man, and quickly too. I discovered the blood on the overcoat. It's a bit strange he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter on Virginia's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. You didn't shoot Wendy back, so what's going on? Well, I know this is very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? The test can use test tubes too. I mind that, they'll find out really stark inconsistency in his testimony somewhere. Before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. Wait, let me check that. The end. Maybe if we check again with him, maybe double do it. Maybe do it twice. Let's double. Maybe we have to do it twice. I don't know. This one seems a bit weird. Tell me, Graydon. I'm sure the court says this exists. I suspect he won't admit to anything else unless he thrusts evidence in his face. Not easy as you thought, is it? To pin a crime on this lapel. It won't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. Okay. What's your feeling? Okay, maybe we have to get him. Maybe you get the Gregson to snap twice. Maybe. Maybe it's double pressing.
Hold it!
All right, you didn't enter the shop. Mr. Winnibag emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you weren't near the entrance? You were near the entrance of the shop. I was in a doorway, running my eyes on the shelves of forfeited items. For the music box, of course. The broker went for the Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed he could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. Okay. Shot pain in your arm. We don't have anything to, like...
Hold it!
Do it here. I mean, the testimony you were shot... Yes, although I didn't really realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And a bullet went to strike the candle on the wall behind you. So it would appear. In my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way, and then scarpered through that door at the back. At which point, what did you do? Okay, yeah, but you just have to press everything. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Examine yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Come on, if it does the color coding at least, that'll be good. Well, there you have it. Your report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it appeared that they were the result of splattering followed a gunshot. That's some bullshit. In the report. Goodness me. It's splashing from a knife wound. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. I don't know if it makes you say that, counsel. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry. 2 months ago... Oh, did we give proof then? Fine. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as the murderer. Your conduct shreds any sort of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was... I call it body disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? You know, stereoscope can't help the answers to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Jones' special formula. I'm a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroshki to a starving boy and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. He exists, he's not fake, he's the guy. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How did you arrive at such conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with blood of the victim. The only way Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Come on, we got the ticket. The ticket shows there's no blood. My lord, we don't bow this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. All this moment, sir. The squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
No, come on, please.
Guilty.
I don't want to go for another summation.
Guilty.
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 Come on, not you.
Guilty.
Fuck's sake. I don't want to go for another summation. But again, I'm getting pressed for time now. I'm just feeling pressed for time. Well, it would appear that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have reached an unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick his witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you make as the jury's decisions being equally successful. Is another case. This is the last case for the first game, but the second game in the collection has another 5 cases. So this is the last case for this game, but then the sequel, which is also in the collection, has it. This will be 9 hours. No, I won't. I hope it's not. I can't push it today. I can't push it too much. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Who are you? I know that voice. Sholmes? Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Gosh, he's posing as well. Order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As what I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I would be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Zanziques? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already... Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to waste more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would have seemed churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah? Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Oh, nice. He is here. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright. I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed... I call for a new witness. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh well, the concoction of mine is really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. No oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender Feroshki wrapping? I'm leaving present from Mr. Zato. From Mr. Zato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. I'm just passing out. Just get up. Those were instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. Ideally, we wouldn't use this as evidence. I don't understand. Mrs. Zato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. That you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting failure as you are, would find yourself in a considerable peril. At a very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. And leaving present from Zato-san, whatever could it be? Oh! The cat flap? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. Ah. The cat flap maker. Really? What are we going to use this for? Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap mat. Make a cat flap for little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Allen muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. What's this for then? What does she mean by that, Mrs. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winded Bags in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. also made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Is your answer, dear fellows? Not all cryptic then. Used this cat flap that night, but why? The cat flap has been entered in the court record. Why though? Is the disc inside? Your 5 minutes is over. What's he use it for? Nothing inside it. I can't find anything out of place. There's nothing really... Oh, it's a gun? Ooh. These vicious teeth look like they could rip almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're making a special alloy developed for the job. Cutter rotates 10 times per second, so get through any kind of door in no time. And what are the 2 parts on top here? Ah, those are for attaching hinges. Oh, the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. Can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flap is that it's a grim weapon of self-destruction. Door destruction. Well, that's so adorable. There's nothing I couldn't do for him, even if having deadly weapons. Wait a minute. She used it on the storeroom door. We're out of time already. On the storeroom door, then they used it. I'm grateful to you for affording that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. The die is cast. Is it really? Oh no, I had to do something real quick. The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Let me save. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with the one existing witness. What? It would appear that rather important details escape your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. I was interrupted. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel. No, my lordship. So, nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to presume this examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. One more press, No press, one statement from the testimony, and one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to education. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most genius, most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. He's fainted now from his injuries. Mr. Sholmes! Alright. It has to be the gun, somehow. To stand so incessantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Even this man has extraordinary strength in mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Check him out when he's down. Why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes, one life left. Yes, we got one life. One statement, one evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance Sata-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, resume cross-examination. The moment of shooting again. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was... Oh, new music. Need to enter the shop. When Winnibag threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the doorbell. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee safely. So the blood spattered at wretched girl. Tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Is it this then? Is it this statement? It turned out... I don't know. I'm confused what's he mean the peephole.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. Cut through the door you think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. No, really. Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of my cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. Oh, the peephole! Is it able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all? I beg your pardon? Peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, you arrived at the scene only 5 minutes after the murder of Rennebank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard. Right, because they never noticed the peephole. It was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it recently came to my attention that my assistant made use of the device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I tested that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside of the storeroom. That's ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How could I witness the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do we see in the photo there was no peephole? There was no peephole! Oh, there was no peephole! There was no peephole. And 1:30 to... Ooh, I didn't realize that. Oh, shit. I never realized. Oh, shit. That makes sense. Oh, shit. I never realized. Can you say what you mean? Alright, it's time. Time to show the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made a peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door had no hole to look through. What? No.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using the device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This was active vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with, explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant. It's based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at that time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist, there's no possible way you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect me to believe that plaything can cut through solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed to be very powerful. Cut even the toughest of doors. Absurd. And only for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Koei, time for dinner. Alright, she made one for Wagahai, huh? Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling and the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the people in the storeroom door at Winnie Bags was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove it was. Well, but it's easy. What? The cat flap because they're all fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windy Banks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for Eastern Iron home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands prove your answer. When is the perpetrator Nanabankari Lord of Zeeks? Very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native lands, he cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend claim amounts to nothing more than a basic accusation. Come on, we got it. The time, man. We got the photos. I already went ahead of you. Yeah, so, well, counsel, don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Zala-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove the peephole was created after the event and not before. The photograph.
Take that!
What are you... The print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Mrs. Zato Mikotaba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had the cause to doubt. that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. Necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point. In pictures, the storeroom door in the back. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. There is quite remarkable. Doors of the storeroom is devoid of a peephole of any description. Ugh. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Order, order, order. I'm satisfied with the defense's substantiated this claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony has entirely fallacious. Whatever. That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's skill can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. I was shot in the arm. It's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof he's the culprit. Still, he can't rub his way out of this now. Iris, you know what they say? There's no point locking the cat store after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
You knew who was inside. This is provocative talk, counsel. What you enlighten the court? Explain this inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency revealed by the lies in the testimony statements. They show Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely... the bloodstains. Yeah, how'd you know? The third gun... Oh, the third gun, yeah. The third gun.
Objection!
No, wait, no. Do you have an idea what you're saying, my Nepalese friend? Absolutely, I've been studying English. Okay, never mind. No, but it must be the bloodstains. The witness has admitted to removing the gun in the question from the scene himself. Ugh. Precisely who else but this man could have known of third gun existence? Wait, whoops. Keep it up, Runo, chin up. After the length Suzato-san went in order to leave this last piece of evidence with me. In fact, perhaps I need to pursue the implications of that further. It might become clear. Still light in his dark eyes, I see. What will it do you any good, I wonder? Is it probably... how would you know about the peephole? If he didn't... If it wasn't there in the first place? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the first storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, Miss Witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop after failing to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes. Oh, that's the thing they're talking about, maybe, then. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts to get through all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have access to the door, to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact this existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
But yet, the fact remains Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the scene through the peephole. How is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details of the case that Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave the witness details of the crime scene to the facility's closest... Yeah.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate the rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have been aware of Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We've only learnt it during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for this testimony were made with great urgency during 1 hour-long recess, where the police executed this subpoena and brought the man here for the community to Until that time, Graydon had no idea. No inkling that he would have suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he has been summoned? My lord, until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. He would have defended himself against the accusation he was the third intruder. You're suggesting the court that was while this trial was in progress, he received information he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And only one person who acknowledged the investigation he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation with this fella, eh? I was summoned by his lordship's chamber during recess in any case. Have you forgotten? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after the proceeding resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions shouldn't have occurred. I mean, we saw them whispering, man. Come on, it's not that hard. Remember something, Bruno? Was it Iris? One time before, wasn't there? It was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box. That's it. It was during that testimony. Yeah, we know. It's not hard to remember that. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to have been having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You don't toe rag. You're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why'd I do something like that? Why'd I be giving away confidential information to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. Perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, when it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details with the people at the crime scene, Graydon will give something to the inspector. I'm sure I needn't remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal with any kind of a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Oh, and
Objection!
It's becoming clear. But jumping in with accusations is the Japanese student's specialty. Don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent to the defense now to present evidence towards diabolical claim. Evidence? Just why are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Okay, is either the music box or the disc we present? Let me save just to be sure. Is the disc or music box we present to him? But logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. You know, do you think it could be... Yes. The missing link that would join all the dots together in the puzzle. I must press you for your answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal Gregson made with the witness? The music box.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder weapon, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Murder. What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible this other top secret case is what's alluded in the newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you have... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded. Music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem likely now, being coded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession, are the leaked classified secrets. So I put to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the details for details of the case. You little... Order, order, order. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever is at McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. Hand it over. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill is involved in stealing government secrets. My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Secretly hush hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of the discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No. Yeah, okay, now that's really like, yeah, the dark underside of London that it was referring to, huh? If, and if I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could this possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc?
Yes!
Alright, here we go. The defense demands the inspector is searched that once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please. Order an examination of his personnel effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He has insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if he'll put matters to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, and I'll happily submit a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice of which you're now teaching my learned student friend. A most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of this inspector, personal effect, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, and this trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student makes such defamatory remarks about the country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Must have physically changed hands, which means Inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Maybe it's gonna be with Thing, though. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the Inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. Actually, yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may very well land you in hot water this time. The lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personnel effects. Alright, it's been a while. The defense demands a search, but not of Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost of your sunshine? Court shouldn't have put nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense's counsel convictions and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Not be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. Only one person it can be. Whom do you request? It's going to be, obviously, Ashley.
Take that!
Ashley Gradson, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Gregson. Au contraire. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Graydon had nothing on you. Shit. Well, counsel, I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty certain. Who has that disc at the moment? There's only one person. Who is it then? Maybe Sholmes. If they stuck it on him.
Take that!
Oh, he's out the room. Oh, whoops.
Objection!
It would seem my Japanese friend does not understand the gravity of his question as a search. Defense. Humiliation. Perhaps this will give him a taste of medicine. Wait, no. Wait, so then Gina then? Gracie doesn't have the disc at the moment. The question is, where could he have hidden it? Trouble is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time, in full view of everyone. Oh, he reverse pickpocketed the pickpocket. Honestly, only one place he could have possibly hidden it then. Perhaps in another person's pocket? Someone with him on the stand? Okay, let me load this up, because the life is really bad. Search someone else. Okay, come on. It's probably Gina then. He must have. Maybe he snuck it into her pocket. Or oh wait, I remember now. He was doing the arm thing with thingy, him, the taller one. He must have snuck it on him. Okay, yeah, we got this. Okay, come on. Yeah, this is the guy. He was touching him. He was touching him earlier. We had to do the pursuing thing. Yeah, whoops. It's you, Nash.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skokin. Eh, blimey. Me, him. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search. Please, my lord, Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on, Onomo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Ah. Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Manus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order. Mr. Skulkin, what have you saved for yourself? It's Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I suppose there's really nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between two witnesses and his detective, no. Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses composure. At one particular point in his trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Graydon. Tell me, Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? Admit to nothing of the sort. Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Sculpin by the collar and shaking him violently. He didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall off, he did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to me when a detective attacked you like that? I ain't got no clue. He just suddenly turned around and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why, the Blaze didn't even mention the third gun when he got down the station. That's what he said. He held it right down my ear, I did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved that was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless me wig. He did it. He hid it. You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why not really proceed to hide it? As a court of law, he could have submitted the evidence as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Yeah, we know. My orders were recover the medium used to convey and keep it QT. Hush hush. Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there's a chance you may be searched in court, you took steps to hide a disc you acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the sickened disc into his pocket? It's all pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... What? Even now we just literally lose this case, pretty much. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire a disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making a decision. Oh, this is also scummy. This is quite contrary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the conclusion of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it's time that we put the matter to the jury the final leanings. Well now, as fellow servants of the Queen and country, I must sympathize with the old inspector. This is fucked. Now, if we fail this, then the second game has to, like, fix this up, surely. I'm quite sure, and Service 1 becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in the presence of idol, stop. The detective has very much trust in my eyes. More than this I cannot say. I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are... We're going to believe Gregson. You declare a decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence now, then we're going to lose. Come on, Zeeks, help us. Either some proof Graydon killed Windy Bank or stole some government secrets, or evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with a witness. Well then, Counsel, I think it's time I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you must not present to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. There's no choice, Runo. You have to throw more evidence at them. Right, let me save. Just to be sure. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Do we have anything? I don't know. Maybe Graydon and then expose that it is government secrets. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I'll admit to nothing. This is my last chance. I'm going to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal we struck on the stand.
Take that!
Is that Mr. Begoody's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time. We're going to reveal government secrets, let's go. When the second disc discovered, set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with the case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of Morse code message. We know the Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message. And now you have a chance to confirm the theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we must state secrets here. If you let go letting the courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? But in order to protect the state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. When you continue to lie in court, and all because by fair means or foul, determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. What's up, Zeeks? You gonna be happy or not about us? My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by the music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this room, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No, it's better to know that I have a katana and a blessing of Shelms. Pretty much. Very well. The defense stands here, and now the prosecution have both made clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will listen to the music box set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Government secrets time. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakably now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for love of God. Shut that blooming box up. Mixtape ain't shit. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Gradson? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector? I did. Oh, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like young Eastern lawyer said, when the trial resumed after recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, oh, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst. Hey, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this moment. So how about a trade? Just you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, none under any circumstances. So I sent the man's proposal and told him details about a case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstain on the overcoat. Giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed the details to facilitate witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely, this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Traitor. Yeesh. Oh, damn. Ah. Attempted murder in court. Bailiff, restrain that man. At once. Thankfully he didn't have a gun, it was his cane. That's it then. It's all over. We're not really over. 7 hours, yeah, it's pushing it already. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from this hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try and sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me up in small hours. I could get that, but still. I want to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived that squalor could ever imagine. But one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the interception of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to come. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, for my mother was divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once made music boxes, once been a music box maker's apprentice. His skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He's a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the school with me. There are 2 actually. I'd be delighted to son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this though. That's my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Ah, I got killed for that. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Mr. McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and a music box for playing them. I exchanged them with Mr. McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened to the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. As he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Miss Graydon. Why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. Ah. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Ah. Grew up in a slum, had a childhood, bring him and so, not me. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb on the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded, that's it. No idea what was actually in the disc, and I asked him to make. Never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. I hit out the wiki page. Ha! It was only then I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. This crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial was 2 months ago, was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money on my dealings with McGilded back then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago, and I was exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. You could even someone show me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After we twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters in my own hands, did the justice that monster deserved. Oh, he killed him, yeah. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Mr. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me in the courtroom. McGilded had dynamite under his hat. Game plausible, no. Ha! It's soon enough I led to believe. No, There was some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to McGilded, he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He was able to adulterate the crime omnibus with all manner of false evidence, threatening the witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside, sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Mr. McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box used to play them. Well, look at that now. Why don't you just little invention? So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winniebank's pawnbrokery. Aye, it is a pawnbroker ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an art card deposited there for you. You don't need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the what's word. Put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. I see. Yeah, so he always store his stuff there. So I knew that he'd taken steps to hide the disc. It would be in the pawnbrokery somewhere. And that night he killed my father. He must have entrusted this ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Wendy Banks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of this stride loosened down. How did you know who you were looking for? For the trial, the pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. Lisa immediately she was another of McGilded's pawns, but it must have threatened her somehow. I was pretty convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All you had to do now was wait until the girl went to Wendy Banks to redeem the articles. Unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat, and 1 disc was in the pocket. The all important music box, the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of the fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nightly time excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast? My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somehow. So I knew it was a race against time. I had to find the articles before the police did. That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. I see. Yeah, he was getting rushed by the police. Help your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the night on the shelves of forfeited articles, and the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. He just lost his temper. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man returned to flee. I intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. Ah, it's an accident as well. Like, it's not malicious. It was like all the murders have been accidents, except for Mason. Everyone who died or got injured are all accidents, except also first and third case. But everything else is an accident of sorts. No malicious intent. Well, he just lost his rage, but yeah. He called McGill a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Pretty much. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. We charge with murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains, whether or not you are doing so in line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. An inexcusable one. Now to defendant, Mr. Gina Lestrade. Yeah. It's time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guard of squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. I'm ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
And that's that. Woo. That's the stuff. Off the hook. Finally, Runo, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Mr. Strayed, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain crimes to consider. 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGinnis' property, it seems. Can he leave? I heard that... I think he's staying here for now, I think. They've done nothing of the sort. Of course not. Not you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box containing a message of Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could to get Inspector Grayson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may something on that point... Isn't that... It's, about the sound produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code. Oh. What? What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madame, healthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. I mean a series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you not? How many times do I have to tell you? Does this contain minstrel's secret, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemy. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Mr. Strayed. Yeah, me lord. I guess it's gonna come tomorrow, next game maybe. We'll see if we get any elaboration. By which you have been seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Mrs. Strayed never gracing my courtroom again. Self-made lyrics in hand. Ha. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, hereby declare defendant Miss Gina Lestrade not guilty. Fireworks as well. That is all. Court is adjourned. Alright, I guess we have one final wrap up at the end with this. We talked to Zeke's. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords of you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew. Try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today. I mean, it really is locking swords. About your total betrayal at the hands of Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Is it gonna be someone we know? We'll see. If I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Yeah, it's definitely setting up for the sequel, of course. It's a lot more like, yeah, a lot more sequel hooks compared to the mainline games. 524. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said you'd know, although you believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, you see. Keep the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it this trial 2 months ago. To just trust someone and paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when you get your gut tells you the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh well, if you say so. Don't make a fat load of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Don't crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. Pack it in, writing words. I mean, pack it in means like, yeah, please be quiet now. Like, shut up, be quiet, that sort of thing. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the foreigner card? Fair. To be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said, after you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I mean, he made my knowledge of them known to the man. His colouring grew... No, his hair was still the same. He just put like a fake moustache. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts just the reward I feel. Congratulations is in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Medical confinement. Thankfully he's not ill, he's just injured. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I hurt you in some way, Mr. Strayed? While you're having a snooze in your soft old bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. That's the point, true. Oh well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. I have intended feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, how I feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strayed. What's that supposed to mean? Why so off-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. No alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it? Let me find words. Ha. He really wants us to see how cold he is. The best blueprint I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course, I just pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm like him upstairs. Upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though. Liberating man in his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, it ain't like McGilded's. I ain't like the McGildeds of this world. I ain't scared. I got principles, see. A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strayed. Oi, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Ah. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main street especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I've purchased for disguise. I was hiding in the room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh, be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All my offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in a lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. But diving ain't an offence, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. Alright, maybe we'll see you next game. I'm gonna do something for them, all from lot, like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. You've seen Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Although... Yes? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strayed. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Aw. Thanks, Otto. Aw. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Aw. Alright, looking forward to how the sequel goes then. How things will go. There's a lot of loose ends, that's for sure. Well, there she goes. I wonder if we'll ever see her again. Well, though. Quite an indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, bad news. Out of the way first. Absolutely not. I've noticed I've listened to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level rainfall apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel is in particular awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed for a day or more. Wait, Dover? Yep, Cesato's staying. If I head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Oh, it's delayed. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. Blizzard. Nah, not that cold. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Sandstorm in Britain, huh? Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are you waiting for then? To London to Victoria. Dover? Yeah, Dover's pretty far. Well, not really. It's still some distance. 5:32 AM, Port of Dover. If I know anything about London, probably not. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mrs. Otto, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like he's reading something.
Hold it!
Mrs. Otto, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were delayed due to the bad weather, as you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. Comes from a documentary called Trashopolis. Ha. Ha. I guess there's lots of rubbish around. Maybe, potentially. He's acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming... History of garbage. Oh, I see. That makes sense, Where's the peephole, Mr. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mrs. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introduction lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Reno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put out my sleeve. Oh yeah, you have big sleeves, to be fair. Milan is beautiful, at 3 AM on a cold winter night. Really? And then I rather forgot about it. I mean, there's some nightlife in London, I'd say. So you'll probably see someone. Probably not the best time to go seeing people, but there'll be people around. And I rather forget about it until I found myself in Windybag's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... bang. Mr. Sholmes, leave me, this Naruhodo, right. After Naruhodo left the shop, because of I read what you meant. I read what you said. I heard the thing that door started to play on my mind. No, I meant that you could still meet people outside, even at that hour, probably. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in my photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Naruhodo's greatest weapon. For naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. We all worked together, technically. I looked through the door and the hole in the door. The sight of that met my eyes, made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run from my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure freedom. I made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the locked door of a locked room. Where someone who claimed falsely to witness it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. It must be a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Sholmes. If Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, Why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have been rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mrs. Otto decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Mrs. Otto, the truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Understandable. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not so sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Otto, what you did saved Gina's life. We do a bit of crimes. This is the only one really. The one where we really had to did something a bit iffy that worked out. With your words, kind of words, Nardo, you saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Though some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. The music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Nardo. What a tramp to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Reviving devious licks. Ha! Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communication officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraphic inspector. He said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher, to avoid being readily understood so they'd be intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's a quite zero-pipe problem, I assure you. I mean, we have a duplicate of one disc. So, what? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what'd you just say? Oh, I just said Asoji. Does that mean something to you? Mean something? Asoji was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She tried it on the fly? She's a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in the plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make sense. It's in Japanese? That is, in English at least. Oh, so this is the... Okay, I can't wait to play this. I can't wait to play the sequel. I can't wait. I'll play it sometime this weekend, I think. I'll make a schedule soon. Something occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have their altered and added Morse code to use their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, message says Asoji? Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Otto, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. I'm quite sure Morse code will become more important for international communications. Oh right, yeah, you weren't at the trial, so now it's a big revelation. But in my turn, madame, you think we should ever on the English version? Be as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Zato's-san's face. Soji. There's no doubt that the message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire's been using Japanese for its cool, for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is K. Asoji, Kazuma. Kazuma Asoji. Why? Why is his name not Disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Greguson. Greguson? Oh, Gregson. Oh, right, Gregu. Right, Gregu. Right, Ramaji. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? If you don't pretend to engage in conversation with you or ask questions, good night. No offense. That's fine. Have a good night. I don't know what you mean by that, but yeah. I think we should be finishing up soon, I hope. I hope. This has been really long twice in a row, and it's like, bruh. Rather, not twice in a row, but not far apart. I need to eat dinner. I don't want to leave this out. Sleep for 2+ hours. Hopefully you rest well at least. Last name. What's the matter, Mrs. Susato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid it can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is 04. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that Laveau's disc would contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It appears this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and Empire Japan. So, that it could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Runo came from? Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the name Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Alright, looking forward to that in the sequel. It's so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Windybank's murder today, I feel I've rolled back a boulder up the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside. Now, it has Kazuma involved. Alright, time to board. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? I wish you safe passage, Mrs. Otto. Thank you so much. Ada, I wish, yeah, this is pushing it. I wish you all the very best. Mrs. Otto, I hope to have always you on my side, to guide me and to support me. I don't want this to be a regular thing. I can't do it for this long over time. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best Jisio assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise. About your manuscript. Adaptability is Homo sapiens' strength. True. Sometimes. I can... Yeah, you should be, but sometimes you can't be adaptable. It's already pushing it, but... Let's get through this. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Burya, where I was dragged from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Chisato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. Workout words, no pain, no gain. Ha! It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kasama-sama's great legacy. Mrs. Atto, and my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure of that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Do we get a cutscene, anime cutscene? Yeah, we do.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Yeah, the part 1.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Aw.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Alright, post credits. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes, I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over a special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused us a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But why not, my dear fellow? According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Ha 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 ha. It's alright. I'm very happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like, bellow it out, my good fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words. I know you're just the one he'll use here. Oh right, this. Every game ends like this. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Every game ends like this, right? Alright, cool. We'll do the sequel tomorrow. Not tomorrow. No, tomorrow. Later this week. We'll do at least one stream of it this week more. But I'll sort of schedule out. In the following weeks, hundreds of music buses arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. For it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Not tomorrow, not tomorrow. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. And I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. You also get a Switch then. I don't have... I can't afford it right now. I can't afford a Switch right now. Witness, your testimony is rid of contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under the rare stakes themselves. Oh, I don't know. Zanosis Farah is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses. My courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Oh, I see. He had to be in. He's in court for the theft aspect. Just buy it, forehead. Ha. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. Oh, so he went back to Shanghai. But last night, I bred an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Stream income. I don't earn anything yet. Not yet, at least. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in a new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Blech. He's a bit sus still, but we'll see. He's sus. He's still sus. The latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm reading it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Go. Yeah, forehead is... yeah, Ha, her ladyship puts me to shame. Unless she doesn't hold it against him, at least. She doesn't hold it against him. Who else will we see then? I mean, there's still Gina, and I guess... oh yeah, you. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Oh, must say banning those bally stairs every day has been done well as my dicky peg. Managing rather well the housework too. Goodness made business trip taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is on his own maid. Is his own maid. They're for any situation. Some of them are pretty good. Right, okay, yeah, so she was imprisoned for the incident. So who else was there? Oh yeah, you two. My Rory's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. Aw, there's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting on small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners. They're dropping happiness and my wife. Oh Pat. Oh Rolly. Oh yeah, I saw that, yeah. I saw that. It messes up some emotes apparently though. If you use the actual YouTube emotes, it gets messed up by that extension, I think. Or if you use like channel emotes, like specific ones. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for Natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going up about over in cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal lawyers' investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Yeah, it's a nice way of catching up the cast, pretty much. Like, I like Hosonaga, but I guess he was busy with the Russian dancer. And then we also had, like, we had Natsume alongside him. Oh, yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please. Give over, bruv. Everything that Ashby used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The Free Musket Watsits. Making them neighborhoods for its worth. I see, it does work nicely together, all three of them. I hope so. It'd be nice if we see him. We don't have to. I think there's obviously Gina, maybe. It'd be cool to see him in the sequel, if he amends his ways. Maybe we'll see the jury members randomly. I don't think so, no. Okay, cool. It's just us again. This past 6 months has been a time to remember for everyone, evermore. Painful memories and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize what life's all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories. And a heartfelt wish. That life will treat you well. Also, he's the only criminal we see again. He's the only criminal we meet again. Like, the dancer and like the other ones we haven't seen yet in the epilogues. We're going to have epilogues like that. If it allows for it, yeah. Aw. Okay, I might use that for a thumbnail. Alright, I'll use this for a thumbnail, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if it's spoilery. I'll see. Even Undertale has one. Yeah, there. That's a thumbnail I could use. Life will treat you well. Societal takedown. Ha. We don't get Van Zeek's as an ending. As a thing. Okay, more credits. Alright. Yeah, we still have her to like sort out. This is still a mystery. This is still a mystery for us. Like she's still out. She's still a mystery. Like, why did she kill Wilson in the first place? But also, maybe it's assassination targets. Maybe Kazuma, Wilson, and then Shin, and Gregson. Maybe. Has there been a dark? Oh yeah, the first case is quite something, that's for sure. There's only pause. Alright, yeah. And Cosmo leaves him there. Then I guess Susato joins in. Susato joins afterwards. Alright, give me one moment then. Hold on. Rasputin wannabe, pretty much. Give me a second. I'll let the credits play out. I'm just gonna do something real quick. Alright, I'm back. I'll just skip this just for time, since it's really pushing it. I'll just skip this for now, as I'm pushing for time. We'll see if there's a post-credits cutscene. I'll just skip this credits at least. Because I'm pushing for time. Unless there is no post-credit scene. Oh well. Alright, let's see if there's a post-credit scene before we wrap it up, since, yes, it's only been 8.5 hours. Alright, that's cool. 9-hour achievement. No, I can't push it. I can't push it. Alright, no post-credit scene, it seems. Yeah, okay, no post-credit scene. We'll continue this some other time. We'll continue. But yeah. Let me see which one is unlocked. We unlocked something here. We unlocked something here. Okay, we unlocked this one. Alright, cool. I might use that image, the thumb, as a thing. Yeah, we got, yeah. To be fair, every time you like, it pretty much goes on the last screen you see. Well, depending. If you leave partway through the game, it goes on the screen you were in. Otherwise, it's the courtroom. But yeah, it's cool. It's pretty nice background, this one. Alright, yeah. I'll figure out a schedule for this coming week. I'll see. But yeah. Alright. I'll leave that for now. Bye-bye for now. We're at the cashier tomorrow. See ya, fine fellas. Sure. See you later. Bye-bye. I'll sort our schedule out soon-ish. We'll see. Yeah, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow.